Chapter 399. Looking at this scene, young Chen also had some foundation in his heart, knowing how to cultivate this puppy-like spirit beast. At the same time of ecstasy in his heart, he also began to look forward to it. When Xiao Tian grew up, what kind of strong performance would it have? Next, young Chen gave He Lian a little pointers, and at the same time, young Chen began to fuse the 3 kinds of fourth fire flames. The fusion of multiple flames was more difficult, but this was not an insurmountable peak for young Chen. It just took time and patience. He Lian carefully looked after her master while holding a lot of jade slips and began to study them. Zhu Chuntao's requirements for her were not high, he just wanted her to be familiar with most of the known medicinal materials, know how to identify, how to deal with them, and how effective they were. This was not the kind of entry-level learning in Yeshio Villa, but a real systematic study of the basic knowledge of alchemy. In addition to this, it was to practice the way of controlling the fire. At this point, Zhu Chendao was very lazy, and directly let He Lian ask young Chen for advice. According to the method of young Chen's guidance, He Lian began to try to simulate everything with the flame, but she was also very focused. Zhu Chendao was the same this time, refining this level of medicinal pill, let Zhu Chendao broaden his horizons, and his thinking was also greatly opened up. Although he was currently using the most basic refining method, Zhu Chendao still comprehended many extraordinary things from this most ordinary method. Time passed in such a calm and busy manner, the 3 people who were immersed in their own business did not seem to feel the passage of time. Every once in a while, He Lian would take a break from her own practice to help her master divide the required amount of medicinal ingredients and throw them into the alchemy furnace. She would also slowly learn from her master's refining techniques. The fire attribute emanating from young Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger. When He Lian served young Chen before, she only knew that young Chen himself was very magical, but the attributes of his body were balanced with the 5 elements, which was unpredictable. Now he was completely a cultivator of the fire attribute, and the strength of the flame was unprecedented, and there was even a feeling of being out of control. This was not an illusion, but He Lian's real feeling. Not to mention He Lian, even Zhu Chendao would feel the same way. The fusion of the 3 flames brought not only the power of the flames, but the most direct impact was that the fire attribute spiritual power would be very violent. The fusion of flames was a very dangerous thing for others. The degree of danger was like forcefully mixing several types of explosives together and using a sledgehammer to continuously pound them. If one was not careful, they would explode. It was normal for others to feel that the flames on young Chen's body were a little out of control. After a period of time, the raging flames seemed to be under control, and the heat on young Chen's body also subsided a lot. He Lian, who had been worried all this while, finally felt at ease. She was no longer as worried as before. After letting out a long breath, young Chen finally stopped cultivating and woke up. The fusion of the 3 flames took young Chen a lot of time to coordinate and suppress, and he finally succeeded. This fusion brought great benefits to young Chen. The 4th fire spiritual power, as expected, directly rose to the level of the 7th level of the foundation stage, which was equivalent to stepping into the level of the late stage of the foundation stage. Because of the improvement of the 4th fire spiritual power, it also led to the indirect supplement of the 3rd fire spiritual power. The 3rd fire spiritual power also broke through the 4th level of the foundation stage and entered the level of the 5th level of the foundation stage. The other spiritual powers also improved, and finally broke through the threshold of the 3rd level of the foundation stage. All of them entered the 4th level of the foundation stage, and collectively entered the middle stage of the foundation stage. Now looking at young Chen, he was completely a pure fire attribute cultivator. Compared with other spiritual powers, the 4th fire spiritual power, which was 3 small levels higher, suppressed all the other spiritual powers of young Chen, outshining all the other spiritual powers. How long has it been? He Lian, who was next to him, came to greet him, and young Chen asked casually. 5 years, senior apprentice brother. He Lian replied respectfully. Although the title had been changed to senior apprentice brother, her attitude was still so respectful. 5 years. Young Chen was also a little surprised. He knew that the fusion of the 3rd flame would be very time-consuming, but he did not expect it to take such a long time. He didn't know what the situation outside was now, whether his master had already reached the water attribute foundation stage, and how the matter of Shashanshan was handled by the head of the palace. However, these thoughts only flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Speaking of it, in He Lian's eyes, Yang Chen was a lazy person. She had never seen him meditating day and night. Every day, he just did a fixed cycle of cultivation, and then read some miscellaneous books, or do some surprising things. This time, Yang Chen meditated for 5 years at a time, which was simply unprecedented. However, He Lian had already reached the foundation stage, and of course, she could vaguely guess Yang Chen's current cultivation base. In just a short period of 20 years, Yang Chen had already entered the realm of the late foundation stage. This was no longer a leap forward, it could even be said that he was riding a rocket. For a long time, Yang Chen's cultivation base had been hovering in the early stage of the foundation stage. It could be said that in the 10 years of alchemy, Yang Chen had directly promoted from the early stage of the foundation stage to the late stage of the foundation stage, which was very surprising. He Lian and Yang Chen had been together for a long time, and she also knew Yang Chen's temperament, so she was very puzzled and asked. Yang Chen did not blame He Lian, but explained to her that he had absorbed several kinds of flames, so the spiritual power had improved, and there were no other reasons. Moreover, this method of greatly improving the cultivation base was not advocated to be used easily, and after using it, it would take a long time to consolidate the cultivation base, otherwise the gains would not make up for the losses. This was a fact, even if it was Yang Chen. After explaining this to He Lian, he still carefully restored the previous way of doing a circle every day to slowly consolidate the current realm. At the same time, he was also waiting for the end of Zhu Chuntao's early refining. Because there was Xiao Tian in the medicine garden, so far, it could only hold the lowest level flying sword and lick in the medicine garden. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. On the contrary, in addition to reading the books sent by the beast taming sect and guiding He Lian on weekdays, he began to use several kinds of secret arts to sacrificial refine his own flying sword. He believed that when Xiao Tian became stronger and stronger, he would eventually like the advanced flying sword. Looking at the posture of Xiao Tian holding a flying sword and licking, Yang Chen also decided that after the completion of this alchemy, he would go to find the drop of blood essence of the howling celestial dog and let Xiao Tian make up for it. In the very leisurely waiting of Yang Chen, Zhu Chendao finally completed the initial refining of the Black Tiger Soul Nourishing Pill and began to transfer the medicinal liquid that was about to become a pill to Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace again. Chapter 400. The Black Tiger Yuan Nourishing Pill was more advanced and more difficult than the Black Tiger Calm Pill, and Yang Chen's attitude was much more serious than last time. In the eyes of Zhu Chendao, it was already comparable to the drive of Yang Chen when he was refining the Black Tiger Yuan Nourishing Pill in the 2nd grade. This time, Yang Chen did not use the dazzling fire control method of the last time to alchemy, but honestly, like Zhu Chendao, he used the most basic fire control technique to carry out. But the more this was the case, the more Zhu Chendao looked at it. Since the last time he refined the Black Tiger Calm Pill, Yang Chen's unconventional alchemy method had already made him have a vague feeling, as if he had vaguely seen the door to the Yuanying stage. Now watching Yang Chen use the most basic method, Zhu Chuntao's heart seemed to be stirred by something, and he was suddenly enlightened. No matter what method was used, some things were unchanged, and the most basic things were the most solid wherever they were placed. He used to think that he couldn't form his Yuanying stage because his technique was not skillful enough and not advanced enough. Now he discovered that this was not the case at all. For a while, Zhu Chendao was suddenly enlightened and stared at Yang Chen's refining technique for a whole year. Suddenly, he laughed and sighed, "I understand." Then, he sat on the ground, his 5 hearts facing the sky. He put on a cultivation posture and went into meditation. He Lian's face was puzzled. She didn't know what her master understood, but she still did her part honestly and did not dare to slack off. Fortunately, there was enough spirit power here, and there was no need to supplement it with spirit stones. It was not a problem for the masters below the Darching stage to meditate for a long time. He Lian was not worried about her master's safety. Zhu Chuntao's meditation also lasted for several years. In the 3.5 years after he entered the meditative state, Yang Chen had completed the refining process of the Black Tiger Yuan Nourishing Pill and began to collect the pill. The spiritual power in the pill furnace was turbulent, and Zhu Chendao, who was meditating, suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Chen collecting the pill. He hurriedly took a step forward and looked at it carefully. The technique of the Larojun pill scripture was really overkill to use in the mortal world. At the same time, it also gave Yang Chen incomparable confidence. He had been very careful during the long refining process, so he didn't have to worry about failure at the last step. The medicinal liquid in the profound spirit furnace began to rotate wildly with the gestures of Yang Chen, and slowly changed from liquid to solid. First, it condensed into a messy ball. Then, it slowly rotated and became round. The rough parts on the surface disappeared bit by bit, as if there was an invisible hand controlling the pill and carefully sculpting it. Finally, in Yang Chen's final clenching of his fist, a round medicinal pill was instantly formed. There was a vivid and lifelike black tiger pill mark on the pill, as if it had been carved by an exquisite craftsman. It faced the sky and roared. Although there was no sound, it made people feel as if they were listening to the roar of a tiger. The moment the pill was formed, Zhu Chuntao's body emitted a dazzling glow. Then, Yang Chen noticed that something was wrong with his surroundings. No! Even if it was Yang Chen, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Chuntao's posture at the moment was clearly a precursor to forming his nascent soul. After this stage, the thunder tribulation would come immediately. As long as he survived the thunder tribulation, he would be a proper Yuanying stage master. He Lian, leave immediately. Yang Chen ordered He Lian, and then shouted into the air, Senior Gui, release the restriction. As he shouted, his hand quickly put the pill that had been formed into a small jade bottle. This was the result of almost 10 years of hard work. It couldn't be destroyed by Zhu Chuntao's thunder tribulation. The profound spirit furnace was put away one by one. Zhu Chendao had already begun to form his nascent soul, and his body was overflowing with spiritual power. Yang Chen couldn't stay here anymore and quickly rushed out. Everyone in the Fierce Sun courtyard had already noticed that things were not good and ran out to check. Although the scope of influence of forming his nascent soul would not be very large, it was enough to cover the entire Fierce Sun courtyard. Everyone retreat as far as possible, don't affect Hall Master Zhu's nascent soul. Everyone was in a mess, Yang Chen yelled and let everyone understand what was going on. Soon, everyone withdrew from the Fierce Sun courtyard under the command of Yang Chen. To be able to exchange for a Yuanying stage master, not to mention a Fierce Sun courtyard, even if it was 10 Fierce Sun courtyards, Yang Chen would be willing. Anyway, it was just some houses, and it would not damage the underground spiritual vein. Yang Chen was not afraid of someone making trouble. With the body of the old tree demon, few people could make trouble here. He just used his spiritual awareness to explore the changes in Zhu Chuntao's spiritual power and secretly estimated Zhu Chuntao's state at the moment. After a while, the head of the palace and several elders who were not in retreat all rushed here. When they saw Yang Chen, they just asked if the medicinal pill was refined. After Yang Chen nodded, the attention of the palace master was focused on Zhu Chendao. No matter how much foreign aid there was, it was not as solid as having a Yuanying stage master. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sky began to be covered with black clouds, getting thicker and thicker, and from time to time, there was a flash of thunder. Everyone looked at this scene, but they were all nervous. This was the tribulation cloud of the thunder tribulation, indicating that Zhu Chendao had successfully formed his nascent soul and was only waiting for the thunder tribulation to come. The rotating tribulation cloud changed into a spiral shape in the air, and then a thunder light hit straight on the roof of Yang Chen's small courtyard. In just a moment, the house of Yang Chen turned into fragments, revealing the figure of Zhu Chendao sitting inside. Zhu Chendao, who had been baptized by the thunder light, sat there motionless, but there was a burst of fire on his body, as if he was a burning man. Lightning bolts struck down continuously. 2 bolts, 3 bolts, all the way until the 8th bolt. Zhu Chendao sat there without the slightest intention of moving. However, before the last bolt of lightning descended, he stood up. The flames on his body suddenly rose up as if a pot of boiling oil had been poured on it. Under the dark shadows, it appeared abnormally bright. Boom, the last thickest thunder light went straight into Zhu Chuntao's forehead, flashed on Zhu Chendao for a long time, and then slowly dissipated. The tribulation cloud in the sky also began to fade with the completion of the last thunder tribulation, and eventually disappeared without a trace. Palace Master. Elders. Zhu Chendao didn't care that his whole body was dark, and he bowed to the several high-level members of the Pure Yang Palace standing around him. Congratulations, Hall Master Zhu. Whether it was the head of the palace, the elders, or other people who saw this scene, at this moment, all said this sentence in unison. The head of the palace almost couldn't close his mouth. His own sect had another Yuanying stage master, and he was also an alchemist master. Was there anything that made him, the head of the palace, happier than this? Chapter 401. The people of the Ardent Sun Courtyard were truly lucky. They were able to calmly cultivate and had the opportunity to witness the thunder tribulation of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm. For the disciples who had yet to reach the Nascent Soul Realm, this was simply a lively educational lesson. Was there a better opportunity to observe? As for the Fierce Sun Courtyard that had been destroyed, it was not a problem. When the Fierce Sun Courtyard was built, it was Yang Chen, Gaou, and several senior brothers who took their own slaves to do it themselves. Now the head of the palace waved his hand and the sect allocated resources to rebuild the Fierce Sun Courtyard, striving to be more spectacular and comfortable than the last time. The elders were happy, the head of the palace was happy, and the other disciples were also happy. The head of the palace was overjoyed. In order to celebrate the success of Zhu Chuntao's Yuanying stage, every disciple, whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, was given an extra month's salary. When the news came, the Chunyang Palace was in jubilation. Everyone understood the benefits of adding a Yuanying stage master to the sect, especially the Yuanying stage alchemist master. This also meant that in the future, Chunyang Palace would have more and more advanced medicinal pills for the disciples to choose from. Perhaps among the few who were unhappy, Song Xing was the most depressed one. The same peak Jedan stage, the same bottleneck, but Zhu Chendao followed Yang Chen and quietly entered the Yuanying stage. The hateful thing was that Yang Chen clearly knew how he could cross the bottleneck, but he did not tell him. The huge contrast between the two, how could Song Xing's teeth not itch? Similarly unhappy, there was Liang Xiaoming, the master of the Bright Moon Palace. The same Jedan stage master, the same hall master, even before Zhu Chuntao's retreat for alchemy, his cultivation was not as good as Liang Xiaoming, but Zhu Chendao became a Yuanying stage master so easily. Even if he retreated for 10 years, he was still lingering in the peak Jedan stage. How could Liang Xiaoming, who had always boasted of his good cultivation, endure this? But in any case, Liang Xiaoming and Song Xing could only bite their teeth and swallow these resentments into their stomachs. On the surface, they were still happy to celebrate Zhu Chuntao's Yuanying stage success. The senior members of Chunyang Palace, the head of the palace and several elders were well aware of Zhu Chuntao's previous situation. They knew that he had no hope of forming his nascent soul, so he studied alchemy. Now that she had followed Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills for more than 10 years, she actually became a Yuanying stage master in one fell swoop, which was simply an unexpected surprise. Counting it, Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, in these years, it seems that he has brought a master of the Dacheng stage, 2 Yuanying stage eccentrics, and a Yuanying stage alchemist to Chunyang Palace. Not to mention, under his influence, Grandmaster Wang Yong's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It seemed as if everyone around Yang Chen was improving rapidly. Counting Yang Chen's attack, it was far more than that. Taking the Black Tiger Essence nourishing pill that had just been successfully refined, once the Black Tiger predecessor of the beast taming sect took it and recovered from his injury, Chunyang Palace would have a second-rate sect as an ally for nothing. If Yang Chen was willing to nod, maybe when he could hold the beauty fairy Shabak, Chunyang Palace could also get the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen, this disciple, had contributed more than some of the people who were the hall masters. They were not afraid of not knowing the goods, but they were afraid of comparing goods, so that the difference could be seen. While Chunyang Palace was celebrating, the senior members of the beast taming sect were also in high spirits. They originally thought that it would take 10 years for the alchemy to be successful, but they did not expect that after the fusion of the 3 flames, Yang Chen's cultivation base had greatly increased, and the time for alchemy was also shortened by a year and a half. In just a short period of 8.5 years, they had already been informed that the Black Tiger Essence Nourishing Pill had been refined. Fan Shan, who received the news, directly rushed to Chunyang Palace with the fastest speed and met Yang Chen. After confirming the good news, he immediately couldn't wait to take Yang Chen to Liangyang Mountain again. He was so anxious that the etiquette seemed to be a little inadequate. However, Fan Shan could not care about it for the time being. Facing the head of the palace, he apologized. Zhu Chendao was rejoicing, waiting for the sect master to personally come to congratulate him. Naturally, the sect master would also personally visit Chunyang Palace to discuss further cooperation matters. In this regard, the head of the palace was not displeased at all. Instead, he urged Yang Chen to hurry on the road. This time, there were no twists and turns on the road. Yang Chen and Fan Shan rushed to Liangyang Mountain all the way. As soon as they arrived at Liangyang Mountain, Fan Shan did not say anything and pulled Yang Chen straight to the back of the mountain, the residence of the Black Tiger predecessor. The Black Tiger predecessor had changed to another place, not the simple cave, but on the basis of the cave, it was directly transformed into a palace in the mountainside. Although it couldn't be said to be luxurious, it was many times better than the bear cave he had been in before. It seemed that after the injury stabilized, the Black Tiger predecessor was no longer so decadent, and began to consider some things that had never been considered before. The changes in this cave could be seen. The sect master and several elders of the beast taming sect had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yang Chen, they thanked him without saying anything. Regardless of whether this medicinal pill was successful or not, Yang Chen spent 14 years to refine pills for the Black Tiger predecessor, which was worthy of gratitude. As soon as the Black Tiger Essence Nourishing Pill was taken out, the Black Tiger predecessor felt a taste of flesh and blood. He knew very well that there was its monster core powder in it, so there would be such a feeling. Looking at this round medicinal pill with a beautiful Black Tiger elixir mark on it, the Black Tiger predecessor, for a while, did not mean to take it immediately. His mind was in turmoil, and the painful memories of the hundreds of years of helplessly enduring the attack of the injury and the dissipation of the primordial spirit came back to his heart. After a moment of emotion, the Black Tiger predecessor swallowed the medicinal pill into his abdomen under the gaze of several senior members of the beast taming sect. This time, it was not like the last time when there was no reaction at the beginning. As soon as the medicinal pill entered the abdomen, everyone felt a refreshing spiritual power spread quickly. The Black Tiger predecessor let out a satisfied snort, as if he was enjoying a wonderful process. The Black Tiger predecessor was indeed enjoying it now. The refreshing spiritual power covered his whole body in a moment. The internal organs that were injured because of the yin-fire tribulation hundreds of years ago were surrounded by a cool feeling. It was as if the yin-fire ashes that had not been extinguished were being extinguished by the spiritual power, and at the same time, it was nourishing his injured parts and slowly recovering. In just a while, the Black Tiger felt that his injuries were almost half healed, and it was recovering steadily. That kind of comfort from the inside out made it involuntarily lie down on the ground and let out a satisfied groan. Such a situation, in the eyes of several senior members of the beast taming sect, was simply a surprise and joy. The Black Tiger predecessor recovered, and the beast taming sect would no longer be as depressed as before. Chapter 402. This time, Senior Black Tiger took the medicine for 3 days and 3 nights. The people around didn't even need to ask how Senior Black Tiger felt. They could tell what was happening in his body just by looking at his rising pressure. The dissipated primordial spirit was being replenished little by little, which also meant that Yang Chen's medicinal pill was completely effective. On the 4th day, Senior Black Tiger finally stood up. His body, which was dozens of feet long, began to shrink slowly under a comfortable stretch. After a while, it shrank by half. The people present were all experts. The shrinking of Senior Black Tiger's body also meant that his cultivation base had improved. The beast taming sect's higher-ups were even more overjoyed. Yang Chen's medicinal pill not only cured Senior Black Tiger's injury, but it also improved his cultivation base. It was really effective. Good, I thought I could only close my eyes and wait for death, but now I have such cultivation base improvement. Even Black Tiger himself was grateful to Yang Chen. Fellow Daoist Yang, thank you. If there is anything difficult in the future, just let me know. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. He used to call Yang Chen boy, but now he changed it to fellow Daoist Yang. This is senior's own accumulation, it has nothing to do with junior. Yang Chen would not push the credit of the treatment, but Yang Chen refused to accept the improvement of cultivation base. If senior wants to thank someone, thank senior himself. Yang Chen's words made everyone understand the key to the improvement of senior Black Tiger's cultivation base. They were all experts, so there was nothing difficult to understand. In the hundreds of years that senior Black Tiger was injured, he must have tried his best to suppress the injury at the beginning. Over the years, if it were not because of the injury, his cultivation base would never stop or even decline. Now that his injury was healed, the hard work of senior Black Tiger in the past was not in vain, and it was naturally reflected. Moreover, his previous state of mind was like dead ashes, but now it was thriving. His confidence was different, and his realm had also improved. However, senior's internal injury has just healed, so it is better not to use spiritual power easily. Saving people to the end, Yang Chen did not forget to remind everyone hundreds of years of accumulation need to be slowly filled up. If it's convenient, it's better to consolidate it for more than 10 years and completely recover. They were all cultivators, so they all knew whether Yang Chen's words were true or not. Yang Chen's consideration for senior Black Tiger made the people of the beast taming school even more grateful, and they thanked him profusely. Everyone in the beast taming sect was happy, but they couldn't help but rejoice. With a mere 20,000 books and an auction qualification, and a notorious Hellion Yun, they actually got a Darching stage Black Tiger predecessor. This business was really good. On that day, the Beast Taming School's sect master directly announced the good news. As soon as the news came out, the disciples and friends of the Beast Taming School suddenly knew that senior Black Tiger had recovered from his internal injuries and regained the strength of a great ascension stage master. As the sect's strength increased, as a disciple, he would be able to straighten his back when he went out to travel. Yang Chen was once again hooked up with a master of the Great Ascension stage because of alchemy and became famous. In the word of mouth of the cultivators, Yang Chen was now another senior alchemist master after Deng Ye and Zhu Peng. Although he was the one with the lowest cultivation base, no one dared to underestimate him. Not to mention anything else, just talking about his alchemy several times. Elder Wu Xiong's heaven-seizing pill, Elder Hua Wanting's blood phantom vine, Senior Black Tiger's Black Tiger Calm Pill and Black Tiger Essence Raising Pill, all 3 times were related to a master of the Great Ascension stage. Even Deng Ye was not so powerful. Especially when the news came out of Chunyang Palace that Zhu Chendao, the master of the medicinal hall, had an epiphany in the process of alchemy and successfully formed his nascent soul, becoming another Yuanying stage master of Chunyang Palace, it was even more amazing. Zhu Chuntao's reputation was known to many people and they also knew how his original qualifications were. To say that Zhu Chendao reached the nascent soul stage by himself, 8 out of 10 people who knew about it did not believe it. But he and Yang Chen have been in seclusion for 14 years and he actually broke through. Obviously, it had an inseparable relationship with Yang Chen. An alchemist in the foundation stage, one after another for the masters of the Great Ascension stage, and also helped the master of the medicinal hall to improve his realm. What kind of powerful alchemist was this? At this point, no one said that Yang Chen was related to the Xiong family's heaven-seizing pill. Not to mention anything else, could the heaven-seizing pill cure the injury of Senior Black Tiger? Or could it solve the entanglement of the blood phantom vine? Everyone would rather believe that Yang Chen found inspiration in a variety of miscellaneous books or discovered some kind of pill scripture or something. The Xiong family and Hellion Yun were executed by Chunyang Palace, and no one said anything about it. Even if it was mentioned, they would laugh at them for being overconfident and greedy. They wanted to covet Yang Chen's own pill recipe, but they provoked Chunyang Palace, they deserved to die. It was not known how many alchemists have begun to learn from Yang Chen, reading a lot of books when they have nothing to do, trying to increase their own knowledge and broaden their own thinking. Unfortunately, they did not have a strong memory like Yang Chen and could not remember too much. Of course, More people began to have a good relationship with Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. One day, someone would need to ask Yang Chen, the alchemist. It was absolutely necessary to have a good relationship with Chunyang Palace. The disciples of Chunyang Palace who were outside to gain experience also clearly found that it seemed that outsiders were polite to the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Thinking of a series of major events in the sect, everyone was surprised and happy. For Yang Chen, they were also grateful to him from the bottom of their heart. When he returned to Chunyang Palace again, Yang Chen was accompanied by the sect master of the beast-taming sect and a predecessor Black Tiger. They followed Yang Chen to Chunyang Palace. One was to express their gratitude to Chunyang Palace, and the other was to discuss further cooperation with Chunyang Palace. When the guests arrived, the master of the palace and the elders were busy receiving them. After Yang Chen retired, he returned directly to the Liang courtyard. This time, he had not seen his master for more than 10 years. The last time Zhu Chendao crossed his tribulation, he only took a glance. His master Jiao Yu was immersed in observing Zhu Chuntao's tribulation, so Yang Chen did not disturb her. Now Yang Chen could not wait to talk with his master for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. The Liang courtyard, which was damaged by Zhu Chuntao's tribulation, had been repaired during the time when Yang Chen was away, and it was more imposing than before. The sect made efforts to directly build a magnificent building, and even the layout had changed. Yang Chen had to find Shanghai Feng first to know the location of his master. However, before seeing his master, Shanghai Feng told Yang Chen a piece of news. The senior knife scar, who Jiao Yu met last time, came to Chunyang Palace half a month ago and wanted to see Yang Chen. Yang Chen was in the beast-taming sect at the time, so the sect arranged for Knife Scar to live in the guest room of the Liang courtyard. If Yang Chen was free, he should go to see Knife Scar first. Chapter 403. Yang Chen did not follow the advice of Shangguan Feng and still went to Jiao Yu's small courtyard first. When he saw his master, he was happy again. Jiao Yu has successfully built the foundation of the water attribute. It was only a short period of 9 years. This made Jiao Yu puzzled. Even with the help of the elixir, the spiritual awareness of the Jedan stage also has a certain effect, but in a short period of 9 years, from the qi refining stage to the foundation stage, this speed is also speechless. Even Gong Sunling, the recognized genius in the sect, the disciple with the innate earth attribute close to the full value, from the qi refining stage to the foundation stage, it took a full 10 years. But Jiao Yu knows her own things. Obviously she has a fire attribute spiritual root. Why does the cultivation of the water attribute cultivation method rise so fast? Why is this? Jiao Yu, who is already at the second level of the foundation stage, asked Yang Chen very puzzled. Since Yang Chen spared no effort to let her practice the water attribute cultivation method from the beginning, he must know the reason. For the time being, this is just a guess. When I can be completely sure, I will explain it to you, Master. Yang Chen certainly won't say it right away. Now is not the time. Do you want your master to be your experimental subject? Jiao Yu looked a little angry, so that Yang Chen looked almost fascinated. When Jiao Yu found his eyes dull, she pushed him and let Yang Chen wake up from his obsession. Is master beautiful? Jiao Yu suddenly asked Yang Chen. After asking, Jiao Yu also felt that something was wrong, and her face was red. Beautiful. Yang Chen replied without thinking. Compared to the cold and unparalleled fairy Sha? Seeing Yang Chen's casual answer, Jiao Yu suddenly didn't know what was crazy, and then asked another question. Master is beautiful. Yang Chen still replied without thinking. In his mind, there was no place for Shashanshan, so he almost didn't need to think about this answer. Listening to Yang Chen's answer, Jiao Yu's heart was sweet, but also a little shy. Why did he ask such a strange question? It was not something a master should ask. Master, Knife Scar is here. Let's meet him together, Yang Chen said calmly as if he didn't feel the strangeness of his master. However, his heart was already in turmoil. He just didn't know how to express his excitement. Jiao Yu had no intention of rejecting Yang Chen's suggestion. The two of them arrived at the guest room of the Fiery Sun courtyard and saw Knife Scar, whom they had not seen for nearly 20 years. Although they had been separated for a long time, Dao Ba had not changed much. The appearance of a nascent soul stage expert would not change too much. However, the current knife scar was completely different from his previous state of not knowing what to do after getting his revenge. He seemed to have found a new direction and was full of vitality. Senior. The other party was a master of Yuanying stage, and he was considered a senior. Yang Chen and Gao Yu also called him a senior. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you, senior? Thank you, thank you. After Knife Scar no longer had hatred, he looked very kind, but the scar on his face destroyed all this peace. When he smiled, it looked a bit hideous. This is the appearance pill that I promised to the senior. Senior, kindly accept it. Yang Chen and Knife Scar did not do those hypocritical social engagements. They directly took out the porcelain bottle with the appearance pill that had been refined and handed it over. Knife Scar was not polite at all. He directly took it and pinched it in his hand. He suddenly smiled and said, Yang Chen, you are so famous recently. On the way back from the monster plane, Knife Scar heard about Yang Chen all the way, and each of them seemed to be related to a master of the Darching stage. Knife Scar could not help but be surprised. But when he thought that Yang Chen could make the old tree demon listen to him, it seemed that these things were not so difficult to understand. It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Yang Chen waved his hand very casually, and then asked, Senior, how was the harvest of this trip? Without exchanging the appearance pill, Knife Scar did not go to the 100,000 mountains this time, but went to the monster plane that he was not familiar with. Fortunately, he himself was a powerful Yuanying stage master, so he did not suffer much on the monster plane. The demon beast plane was indeed rich in natural resources. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bred so many demon beasts. Knife Scar took a large number of spirit stones and some products from the Dao sects, which were indeed exchanged for a lot of good things on the monster plane. Originally, his Chenkuan bag was already full, and he could return in less than 3 years. However, Dao Ba was lucky enough to find a good place on the demonic beast plane. After collecting some good things, he found that almost 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, so he hurried back. What good things are worth the senior spending 20 years to collect? Yang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Gao Yu next to him was also curious, waiting for Knife Scar's answer. A small bottle of 7th metal true essence. Knife Scar replied slowly, completely unaware of how much shock his answer had brought to Yang Chen. 7th metal true essence. Yang Chen almost exclaimed out loud, and his voice could not suppress the surprise. He asked almost ecstatically, is it useful for senior to use this 7th metal true essence? It's of no use to me. Knife Scar shook his head with a smile on his face. However, for the cultivators of the metal attribute, this is a good thing that can only be encountered. Hey, why am I telling you this? You must know better than me. When he said this, Knife Scar suddenly remembered Yang Chen's reputation for reading a lot of books, and couldn't help but shake his head. If the senior is not using it for himself, can you exchange it for this younger generation junior? Yang Chen suppressed his excitement and asked in a negotiating tone, what does the senior need? Just say it. Exchange it for you? Knife Scar was stunned. He thought that Yang Chen was a fire attribute cultivator, but he didn't think that Yang Chen would need this 7th metal true essence. He asked strangely, what do you need it for? This younger generation junior needs a cultivation method. Yang Chen did not hide it and said directly, I just need 7th metal true essence. I have no use for it, it's okay to give it to you. Knife Scar did not have much resistance to this. Anyway, this was used to exchange spirit stones or magic weapons. It didn't matter who he gave it to, but some words still had to be made clear. What are you going to exchange for it? What does the senior want? Spirit stones? Magic weapon? Medicinal pill? Cultivation method? Yang Chen spread his hand and gestured to Knife Scar to offer his own price. This 7th metal true essence was very important to Yang Chen. It was a necessary thing to cultivate the 7th metal true secret art. It was also a necessary thing for Yang Chen to perfect the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art. Yang Chen was determined to get it. Seeing that Yang Chen was so determined to let Knife Scar offer a price, Gao Yu was also anxious, but she couldn't help much. Suddenly she thought of something and said, if the senior gives this to Yang Chen, the 3 conditions that the senior promised can all be waived. Chapter 404. Because of the injury to Gaou, Dao Ba promised to do 3 things for Gaou, which was agreed before. Now that Gaou put this forward, it was really for Yang Chen to fight for it. In that case, then this thing can be regarded as a thing to be done for Daoist Gao. Dao Ba was not the kind of person who was greedy for small advantages. He directly took out a jade bottle sealed by talismans and threw it over. In this case, I only owe Daoist Gao 2 things. This is not appropriate. Although Yang Chen reached out and caught the jade bottle, he shook his head and refused. This 7th metal true essence is extremely precious. Master's promise cannot be exchanged for this thing. Then let's add your appearance pill. Dao Ba was calm, and it seemed that he was very happy to be able to end a thing. You just promised to change my appearance pill, but you didn't say anything. Just let's exchange. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Yang Chen still shook his head. It was too easy for him to change the appearance pill. It could not be compared with the value of the 7th metal true essence. Moreover, he wanted to sincerely win over Dao Ba. He would never push Dao Ba thousands of miles away for a little advantage. Then I will reserve a medicinal pill for you. Dao Ba was very open-minded. After his revenge, he had almost no desire for anything. At this moment, he did not argue with Yang Chen. This should be okay, right? It was easy to say, but Dao Ba's heart was still very appreciative of Yang Chen's upright temperament. At least with this person, he didn't have to worry about what he cheated or what he took advantage of. What medicinal pill? Yang Chen nodded. Adding this, it was not something unacceptable. I can't think of it for the time being. Dao Ba smiled and shook his head. Maybe I will need a unique medicinal pill in the future. I will think about it later. You just have to remember that you owe me a medicinal pill. Deal. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sent the 7th metal true essence back into the merit ring. This 7th metal true essence, he had a peace of mind, and there was no uneasiness. Gao next to her was also very happy. Although she had one less condition, she got what Yang Chen needed. Although she didn't know what Yang Chen wanted these for, Gao was still very happy. How did the senior collect this 7th metal true essence? Although he accepted the things from the scar, Yang Chen was still curious about how the scar collected it. He wasn't a demonic beast, and he didn't have any metal elemental cultivation techniques. But it's not easy. When Knife Scar heard Yang Chen ask about this matter, he also felt proud of himself. He couldn't help but start to talk non-stop. Dao Ba was also a fire-attributed cultivator, and the Nanming Li fire had already become his exclusive flame. After discovering the 7th metal true essence, Knife Scar tried to use Nanming Li fire to force the 7th metal true essence into one place. It took almost a lot of effort to collect the bottle of 7th metal true essence. It was a simple combination of the 5 elements, but it was used by Knife Scar to perfection. In the end, Knife Scar was still proud of himself. Although it took me 20 years, my cultivation base has increased because of collecting these 7th metal true essence. It's worth it. It seemed that Knife Scar not only adjusted his mentality, but his cultivation base had also increased a lot of self-confidence. No wonder when Yang Chen saw Knife Scar, he felt a sense of vitality. It turned out to be because of this. Congratulations to the senior. Yang Chen also smiled and congratulated Knife Scar. With this beginning, Knife Scar was also a person who could make friends in the future, and they could carry out more cooperation. This time on the plane of the beasts, I got a lot of good things. Are you interested in buying them? Yang Chen told Knife Scar about earning spirit stones on both sides at the beginning, and Knife Scar naturally would not forget. If his things were sold by individual customers, the recovery of spirit stones would be very slow, and the price would be maliciously lowered by those big sects. Naturally, it was best to find Yang Chen. If the senior is willing, we can have in-depth cooperation. Yang Chen directly put forward the intention of in-depth cooperation. At the same time, he talked about how he and Shangguan Feng wanted to do business outside of the Chunyang Palace sect. There was a stable sales channel, and it also meant that there was a stable supply channel on the Dao sect side. How could Knife Scar not be happy? Not only that, but with Yang Chen's business, with Knife Scar's recent reputation of Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace would never ignore it. At least they would provide protection. Then there would be a strong backer, and the profit would be higher than that of individual customers. The more the two sides talked, the more congenial they became, and Gao Yu next to them was stunned. She did not expect that Yang Chen was so proficient in the production of the beasts. When talking with Knife Scar, he actually knew everything and did not fall behind. Knife Scar was even more surprised. Yang Chen's familiarity with the production of the beasts was even more familiar than him, who had been there in person. Even more comprehensive than him, he already had a systematic concept of what price to buy and what price to sell here. Compared with him, who had a temporary idea, he knew that something could earn spirit stones, but did not know how much spirit stones could be earned. He was more professional. The more they talked, the more excited Yang Chen directly called Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was far more interested in doing business than in cultivation, but the strange thing was that the bigger his business was, the more refined his cultivation seemed to be. Yang Chen had been practicing alchemy for more than 10 years, and Shangguan Feng had also entered the middle stage of foundation establishment, and was about to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Yang Chen was also amazed. It seemed that Shangguan Feng was the kind of natural management talent who could not neglect both cultivation and management. As for how to do this business, Shangguan Feng seemed to have more ideas. In a few seconds, he gave Knife Scar Yang Chen and Gao Yu a huge business world, which made people stunned. It seems that this business is not a loss, Knife Scar said with emotion. There was no need to look at the timing and effect. Just listening to Shangguan Feng's words made him have a feeling of admiration. Even if he was a Yuanying stage master, he could not help but admire Shangguan Feng, a businessman in the foundation establishment stage. Knife Scar was very refreshing. He immediately opened the Qiankuan bag and began to count the good things he got from the monster plane. Next to him, Shangguan Feng directly began to evaluate, and the sound of a golden abacus was very pleasant to hear. The four people were immersed in the process of calculating wealth, and a few days passed unconsciously. Dao Bai's harvest this time was quite plentiful. His Qiankuan bag was filled to the brim. It took him several days just to clean it up. When he calculated it, Shangguan Feng could not help but be envious. Just this trip, Dao Bai could have a harvest of hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Shangguan Feng was not ambiguous, and directly took out dozens of kilograms of high-grade spirit stones to pay the bill. In Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that apart from Yang Chen, he had the most spirit stones here. Chapter 405. Both sides were happy, especially Knife Scar. With the appearance pill, he could return to the 100,000 mountains without fear of being recognized. It must be known that the place that Knife Scar was most familiar with was the 100,000 mountains. Compared with the plain of the beasts, Knife Scar knew more about what was in the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen was the happiest. He didn't expect to get the 7th metal true essence by chance. It was definitely an unexpected surprise. With the 7th metal true essence, Yang Chen's 7th metal spirit power would definitely become the most original 7th metal true essence. The Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art had taken another step forward. Senior, sometimes it's not very convenient for you to be alone, right? At the end of everyone's discussion, Yang Chen suddenly mentioned it. What do you mean? Knife Scar asked with some doubts. He instinctively felt that Yang Chen seemed to want to arrange people around him. I mean, the senior can find a few suitable juniors, or slowly find a few helpers from now on. Yang Chen didn't mean that, he just reminded him sometimes, a little more people is not only convenient, but also more helpers. In the 100,000 mountains and the plain of the beasts, others don't dare to make a move. This was true, at least in the 100,000 mountains, a lone ranger was the easiest to be attacked. No matter how high the cultivation base was, once there were a few people, generally speaking, everyone would be more cautious. Knife Scar was going to ask for money, not to fight with people. With a small group, it would be much safer and less troublesome. If there is a chance, I will find a few helpers. Knife Scar thought for a while and nodded. Yang Chen's words had already been pointed out. As for what Knife Scar did, It was Knife Scar's own business. The things that Shangwon Feng was in charge of were very popular inside the Chunyang Palace. Now it was almost time for him to face the outside. The Palace Master and the Beast-Taming Sect Master had already talked about cooperation and were in a very good mood. Yang Chen came over to talk about this trivial matter. The head of the palace agreed without thinking. Go to the shopkeeper of the Chenqiu Pavilion and let him arrange a store for you. You don't have to worry about it. Shangwon Feng excitedly accepted the order, but the head of the palace left Yang Chen behind. However, at the beginning, the palace master did not say anything, but hesitated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and asked Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, you know where Songxing's bottleneck is. Can you guide him?" This was what the master of the palace asked after hesitating for a while. Originally, he also knew the attitude of Yang Chen. However, the good news that Zhu Chendao had become a Yuanying stage master stimulated the master of the palace, making him feel that if there could be another Yuanying stage master, Chunyang Palace would be better. Therefore, he hesitated for a long time before asking. Yang Chen didn't answer at all. He just shook his head silently. The master of the palace asked this because he had his own considerations, but for Yang Chen, that was not a reason. Since Songxing was targeting Yang Chen, he also wanted Yang Chen to help him in turn. How could there be such a good thing? Moreover, even if he wanted to speak, it should be Songxing himself. What was the matter with the master of the palace and Yang Chen saying it? Ari. The master of the palace sighed slightly. He also knew that it would be such a result, but if he didn't try it, he would not be reconciled. A Yuanying stage master, unfortunately. Why was Songxing so stupid? When he was the acting master, he still listened to Liang Xiaoming's bewitchment and went to find trouble with Yang Chen. In the end, the way he broke through the bottleneck was in the hands of Yang Chen. It was really luck and fate. Palace Master. Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and called, which gave the master of the palace a glimmer of hope. He looked up at Yang Chen, waiting for him to say something that would take the overall situation into account. A Yuanying stage master can't change too much of the strength of my sect. Yang Chen's first sentence once again extinguished the little extravagant hope of the master of the palace, but the next words made the master of the palace shocked. If the palace master is not too busy recently, you can consider attacking the Dacheng stage. Attacking the Dacheng stage? The master of the palace has not had this idea for a long time. He was now in the middle Yuanying stage. Not to mention the Dacheng stage, even the peak Yuanying stage was an extravagant hope. Yang Chen suddenly said that he wanted him to attack the Dacheng stage. How could it be possible? If the palace master is willing, find a suitable Dao companion with a metal attribute for double cultivation. This disciple knows a metal attribute double cultivation method that can make the strength of the palace master greatly improve. Since Yang Chen returned from the immortal Fall Abyss, the master of the palace has been taking care of Yang Chen. Yang Chen was certainly willing to return the favor and let the master of the palace go further. Double cultivation? The master of the palace was stunned. He had not considered this problem. First, there was no good double cultivation method in the Chunyang Palace. Second, it was really difficult to find a suitable Dao companion. The identity of the master of the palace was special. How could he find a disciple of other sects for double cultivation? However, Yang Chen's reminder made the master of the palace see some hope, especially the performance of Yang Chen over the years. As long as it was the people around him, he would take care of them, and everyone's cultivation base was refined. So many people had examples, it could be seen that Yang Chen was not talking big. Since he said that he could let the master of the palace attack the Dacheng stage, maybe it was really possible. Yang Chen also wanted to create such a feeling for the people around him. As long as they had a good relationship with Yang Chen, there would be many benefits, and against him, they would suffer heavy losses, and maybe their lives would be in danger. In this way, it was easy for some people in the sect to make the right choice. Are you sure? The master of the palace bowed his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and asked. 60% sure. Yang Chen would not say this thing, but gave a more likely answer. In fact, 60% of the certainty was enough to make the master of the palace tempted, and 30% of the certainty was enough to make people fight for it. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. If someone saw it, The first impression must be that Yang Chen was asking the master of the palace, but who could think that the fact was the opposite? One was a possible master of the Yuanying stage, the other was to become a Daching stage master himself. With two choices in front of him, how could the master of the palace not know how to choose? It was just that when he thought that Yang Chen would rather spend a lot of effort to create a master of the Daching stage, and was not willing to say a word to Song Xing who had offended him, the master of the palace really did not know how to describe Yang Chen. Speaking of the Dao companion, the master of the palace suddenly raised another topic. He looked at Yang Chen and said, when you were in seclusion, I personally went to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen's eyes couldn't help but cast over. This matter was related to him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only ask, I don't know what the result was. Chapter 406. In my opinion, you have a beautiful flower with a high cultivation base and outstanding qualifications. My Chunyang Palace can get some help from the Green Jade Immortal Island. This is the best of both worlds. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen and said with a smile, Palace Master, you won't agree, right? Yang Chen was anxious. Regardless of any etiquette, he eagerly asked, Are you so afraid of that girl Shashanshan? The head of the palace looked funny and couldn't help but ask, I'm not afraid. Yang Chen shook his head and became serious. In his mind, the decisive face of his master's previous life flashed again. He said very formally, It's just that I can't accept it. Your business, you solve it yourself. The head of the palace seemed to sigh slightly and then said, I have already talked to the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island about this matter. You are still young, maybe if you have more contact, you will naturally understand. As for whether it is successful or not, you have to solve it yourself. Thank you, Palace Master. Yang Chen also heard the kind of sigh from the tone of the head of the palace. It was not easy for the palace master to fight for this way for him. Yang Chen immediately thanked him. You don't have to be polite with me. The master of the palace waved his hand and once again said, I have promised the Green Jade Immortal Island, after you finish your retreat, no matter what you do, you will be with Fairy Sha. You will experience together for a few years, maybe you will get to know each other better. Ah! Yang Chen was stunned on the spot. What was this? Why did he still need to accompany Shashanshan to experience? To improve understanding? Don't be in a daze. The head of the palace ordered, This is the reason why you are here. What are you going to do next? He just asked this sentence, and regardless of Yang Chen's answer, he directly said, No matter what you do, first go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to visit Fairy Sha, and then go together. The order of the head of the palace was the result of the negotiation between the palace master and the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen knew that this matter could not be changed, and he could only cry and slowly retreat. Let a flower like Fairy Sha accompany you to experience. Do you still have an opinion? Get lost. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He scolded him and drove him out. Yang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. What was this? Originally, he planned to take his master to find a drop of the blood essence of the howling celestial dog for Xiao Tian, but now he had to take Shashanshan with him. What should he do? He complained in his heart, but he could only return to his master's room and said the instructions of the head of the palace. He frowned and let Jiao Yu find a way. Since it is the order of the head of the palace, then I will go with her, what's the harm? Jiao Yu looked at Yang Chen's sorrow and couldn't help but smile. You have no confidence in yourself? Or, at this point, Jiao Yu suddenly bit her lip and said, Or do you not have confidence in Master? Master. Yang Chen raised his head and looked at Jiao Yu in surprise. He saw the blush on Jiao Yu's face and the limpid eyes that were looking at him. He suddenly felt that his protection for such a long time had finally come to fruition. In the ecstasy, Yang Chen suddenly recovered his vigorous fighting spirit. He laughed and said in high spirits, Master's lesson is right, this disciple understand. This disciple will go to the Green Jade Immortal Island and invite Fairy Sha to go together. Anyway, the head of the palace just said to let them solve it themselves. It was not a big deal to make things clear with Fairy Sha. The only concern of Yang Chen before was that he was afraid of his master's misunderstanding. Now that even his master had confidence in himself, what was he afraid of? During the time when Yang Chen was in seclusion, Gong Sunling had thoroughly mastered the maze and also caught up with the time when Zhu Chendao formed his nascent soul. She observed the whole process of crossing the tribulation at a close distance. He didn't know what she had realized, and she was in seclusion. Yang Chen wanted to visit, but he couldn't. He could only let Gong Suanling's servants tell Gong Sunling that he was going out to travel and would be back in 2 or 3 years at the latest. The business was handed over to Shangguan Feng. After Yang Chen went to Zhu Chendao to congratulate him, he left the Liang courtyard, summoned the shuttle and went straight to the Green Jade Immortal Island. There was still a distance from the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen controlled the shuttle to fall into the sea, turned it into a big ship, and rushed to the gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island. In any case, the etiquette that should be maintained must be maintained. Even if there were any small disagreements in the future, others could not find fault from these details. Yang Chen was thinking about this. Stopping the ship and docking, he reported his name in accordance with the rules of visiting the mountain, and then asked to see Fairy Shi. The name of Yang Chen, the Green Jade Immortal Island has already heard of it, and the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island have already released the news that Yang Chen was Shishanshan's Dao companion. This time he reported his name. The treatment he enjoyed was different. The disciple guarding the gate of the island mountain was very enthusiastic to welcome Yang Chen to the guest room and sent exquisite tea and snacks. He did not forget to tell him, fellow Daoist Yang, this time I came to let senior sister Shi take you to the island to have a look. Next time you come, you can directly go in to find senior sister Shi. Shishanshan's talent was outstanding and she had entered the Jedan stage early. Her junior sisters of the same generation were still guarding the door here, and they were still in the foundation stage. The title of senior sister Shi was very natural. Along the way, Yang Chen had already thought about it clearly. Shishanshan's matter should be explained as soon as possible. As for what Shishanshan thought, it was up to her. It was estimated that the Green Jade Immortal Island also took a fancy to his own talent in alchemy, so they generously recognized Shishanshan's decision at the time. Anyway, as long as it was handled properly, it would not be too much of a relationship to offend people. After receiving the news of Yang Chen's request to see her, Shishanshan did not neglect and immediately flew to the guest room. When she met Yang Chen, she also politely greeted him. Except for the still cold expression, there was nothing too unacceptable. Shishanshan really invited Yang Chen to visit the island. With the previous instructions of the head of the palace, Yang Chen did not refuse. He followed in to see the layout of the Green Jade Immortal Island and also went to Shishanshan's boudoir to rest for a while. When the two sat down and sipped tea, Yang Chen said his own plans. You plan to go to the Mingqi mountain to gain experience and invite me to go with you? Shishanshan was stunned and seemed surprised that Yang Chen would invite her. However, for Yang Chen's request, Shishanshan did not have any resistance. She had already recognized that she was Yang Chen's Dao companion. Of course, she would not refuse. All right, I haven't gone out for a long time, I just want to go and see. Shishanshan was also a decisive person. She just let one of her servants inform her master and she directly followed Yang Chen without even hesitation. Chapter 407. Mingqi Mountain was far from the Green Jade Immortal Island and was close to the Plain of the Monsters. Although it was not deep into the territory of the monsters, there were already many monsters here. Yang Chen really didn't know how the howling celestial dog left its blood essence here. And this blood essence was not there yet. In any case, Yang Chen had to go and see. With a drop of blood essence from the howling celestial dog, it could activate the blood of some ancient beasts. The howling celestial dog itself was a beast. This blood essence was a great supplement for it. It would not be a waste to go there, but the benefits of getting the blood essence were many. It was worth the trip. Guan Yuing knew that Yang Chen had a very fast shuttle, so Yang Chen did not hide it from Shishanshan. He directly called out the shuttle and invited her to board. Then he controlled the direction and flew straight to Mingqi Mountain. Shishanshan was a little surprised, but not surprised. Feeling the high speed of the shuttle, she couldn't help but look at it a few more times. It must be that Guan Yuing had already told her about this thing. This is the magic weapon that you used to escape from Elder Guan? The two sat in the shuttle for a while and didn't talk for a long time. Shashanshan found a topic and asked. Yang Chen nodded. He was thinking about the seventh metal true essence and didn't want to talk much. Although the seventh metal true essence was already in his hands, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to refine it immediately. His own fire attribute spirit power was in the late stage of the foundation stage. After a series of promotions, he needed to consolidate for a period of time. At this time, it was not a good thing to forcibly absorb the seventh metal true essence to cultivate the seventh metal true secret art. However, speaking of the seventh metal true essence and seventh metal true secret art, Yang Chen suddenly remembered that Shashanshan was also a metal attribute. If Shashanshan really dual cultivated with him, her metal spirit root was full value, plus Yang Chen's acquired metal spirit root was full value. The speed of cultivation was estimated to be amazing. However, with the shadow of his master in his heart, Yang Chen had no feelings for Shashanshan in any case. Perhaps this was fate. Although Yang Chen had been one of the toads who coveted fairy sure in his previous life, in this life, there was no admiration in his previous life. How did you kill Li Qingchen at the time? When he challenged Li Qingchen to a life and death battle, Shashanshan was also present, but she did not see how Yang Chen did it. Just a simple knife cut down and the result fell to countless people's jaws. Shashanshan was also one of them. She was not optimistic about Yang Chen at that time, so she said that she wanted to keep Yang Chen's chastity. Now that Yang Chen was sitting next to her, Shashanshan couldn't help but ask. My immortal chopping knife is a high-grade magical item. Yang Chen didn't hide it and told her the reason. Plus, I have amazing strength, and I can wield the knife with both hands, so I have an advantage compared to his divine sense. Shashanshan was also an expert, so she understood the key point immediately. One side used physical strength and the power of divine sense to control the knife, and it was a high-grade magical item, while the other side was careless, and his magical item was not good, so this kind of result was very normal. Thank you. Shashanshan thanked Yang Chen very seriously. Because I killed Li Qingchen? Yang Chen was confused. Even if Li Qingchen was harassing Shashanshan, it shouldn't be enough to make Shashanshan want to kill him, right? If she wanted to kill Li Qingchen, Shashanshan could find a place with no one around to kill him, so why was she thanking him? Because you've helped me avoid a lot of trouble. Shashanshan replied very seriously after your life and death challenge, even Elder Li didn't come to me for trouble, and I can also be quiet, so, thank you. It was because of Fairy Sha's words about keeping Yang Chen's chastity. Yang Chen became the best shield for Shashanshan for no reason, and it was agreed by Elder Guan Yueying. Even later, Elder Minute Huafeng nodded, and there was no voice of opposition in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Naturally, the people outside also received the news. Those who had ideas about Shashanshan, in addition to racking their brains to hate Yang Chen and curse Yang Chen, it was not good to find Shashanshan again. He already had a Dao companion, so it wouldn't be admiring him anymore if he went to look for her, it would be disrespectful. He had inadvertently blocked a lot of trouble for Shashanshan. Yang Chen didn't know what to say, he could only smile bitterly. You're welcome. After a while, Shashanshan was also bored looking at the two of them. She took out a beautiful tea set from the Chenkuan bag and placed it on the table. Then she took out the teapot and tea leaves and began to cook inside the shuttle. It must be said that Shashanshan was a beauty, cold and unparalleled. At this moment, such a stunning beauty was seriously boiling water and making tea in front of him. Yang Chen couldn't help but appreciate it. After a series of techniques, Shashanshan held a cup of fragrant tea and placed it in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen naturally picked up the fragrant cup and poured the tea into the teacup. After carefully tasting it, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, closing his eyes and carefully savoring it. How does it taste? Shashanshan looked at Yang Chen's expression expectantly, as if she wanted to see his evaluation of her from his face. This water is condensed from the evaporation of the salt from the underwater spring, right? After tasting it for a while, Yang Chen opened his eyes and asked, "You know your stuff." Shashanshan was a little surprised, but thinking of Yang Chen's reputation for being well-read and knowledgeable, it was not too surprising. The water is good, but the tea leaves are still lacking. Yang Chen shook his head slightly and then evaluated. The fire is not good either, but it's not easy for you to do this. The blunt criticism made Shashanshan slightly annoyed, but then she said with a cold face, "In that case, I can taste your technique today." Yang Chen was not polite at all. He nodded and directly picked some tender leaves from a few wild tea trees that he had already transplanted in the medicine garden and began to process them in front of Shashanshan. The profound spirit furnace suddenly appeared in front of him, and the ice flame flashed and began to dry the water in the green tea leaves. When it was almost time, it was changed to the blackwood fire. The small fire was slightly baked, and Yang Chen used the profound spirit furnace as a tool for frying tea and began to stir it. Yang Chen's fire control technique, even without touching the tea leaves, completed all the operations. When the fried tea leaves were placed in the jade cup on the table, Shashanshan still looked sluggish, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Using an alchemy furnace to fry tea leaves, are you the first? After Shashanshan stayed for a while, she suddenly smiled. Her smile was like the ice thawing, it was beautiful. Just with a smile, Shashanshan quickly restored the original cold expression. The jade hand gently picked up the jade cup and sent it in front of her. She first looked at the plump tea leaves, then got closer and sniffed it slightly. With this sniff, Shashanshan's cold face suddenly changed and became a little unbelievable. Chapter 408. Yang Chen's tea was planted in the medicine garden of the pure bottle. Although it was transplanted more than 20 years ago, several changes in the pure bottle had caused all the medicines in the medicine garden to increase their maturity for 100 years out of thin air, and this tea plant was no exception. It was already old enough, and Yang Chen's medicine garden was nourished by the fifth earth layer. There were countless spirit medicines around, and the tea leaves harvested were even more different. It's just that, Yang Chen actually used the alchemy technique to fry the tea leaves. It was said to be frying, it was better to say that it was refining. Two kinds of flames were used in a row, and the powerful medicinal power of the profound spirit furnace also infiltrated a part of it. This was clearly a simple tea pill, not just tea leaves. Such tea leaves, of course, tasted different from those ordinary tea leaves. Even if Shashanshan's tea leaves were also planted in a place with abundant spiritual power in the Green Jade Immortal Island and carefully fried, how could it be compared with Yang Chen's freshly baked new tea? Just this tea leaf alone made Shashanshan's dissatisfaction just be forgotten. Then when she saw that Yang Chen actually used the Nanming Li fire in the alchemy furnace to boil water, she suddenly understood what Yang Chen meant when he said that the fire couldn't be used. Shashanshan was a metal spirit root, unlike Yang Chen who was proficient in everything. Now she could only stare at Yang Chen with a more skilled technique than her to brew a cup of tea that had just been made. She couldn't believe it at all. Where did Yang Chen learn such an authentic tea-making technique? After a series of techniques, a cup of tea that smelled more fragrant than before was placed in front of Shashanshan. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and made a please gesture. Please. Shashanshan gracefully picked up the fragrant cup with her jade hand and took a deep sniff. She only felt that a fragrance accompanied by a spiritual power that made people feel comfortable directly rushed into her nostrils. Just this smell, it had already made people sigh. When the tea entered her mouth, Shashanshan really tasted the fragrance of the best tea. That refreshing smell almost seeped into her body, making her whole body wander in the fragrance of the tea. Not to mention, along with the fragrance of the tea, there was also a refreshing spiritual power. It was neither strong nor weak, it was just right to cleanse the entire body. Starting from the lips, it directly spread to the soles of the feet, making one feel as if they were floating in the air. After drinking a mouthful of tea, even the winter plum fairy, Shashanshan, couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. After pondering for a long time, Shashanshan let out a soft sigh. When will I be able to enjoy this delicacy again? Shashanshan couldn't help but feel regretful. Shashanshan could see that Yang Chen's current attitude towards her was just perfunctory. They didn't seem like a pair of Tao companions at all. If this went on, the two of them wouldn't even be able to meet each other, let alone drink Yang Chen's tea. Shashanshan had no other hobbies in her life. In addition to cultivation, she was partial to the tea ceremony. She didn't even hesitate to go to the deep sea spring to collect the water of the earth's core. The tea leaves were also planted and fried by herself. She originally thought that her tea was already delicious, but she didn't expect that what Yang Chen made in less than half an hour was many times better than what she had spent several years to refine. If Yang Chen carefully made it and spent several years to refine it, how delicious would it be? When you want to drink it, you can come to me. Yang Chen subconsciously regarded Shashanshan as someone around him. After saying it, he regretted it, but it was too late to take it back. To be honest, Shashanshan was a person who understood tea and also knew how to appreciate it. Yang Chen's behavior just now seemed simple, but there was also an element of showing off in it. To be able to show off in front of the famous cold plum fairy in his previous life, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little moved. When Shashanshan drank the tea, Yang Chen was still a little expectant. When Shashanshan revealed that intoxicated look, Yang Chen was even more proud. Yang Chen's tea was given to people who knew how to appreciate it. That was the real pleasure, so he agreed without hesitation. However, after Yang Chen spoke, he immediately came to his senses and vaguely regretted it. Didn't he want to alienate Shashanshan? Why did he agree to this? Shashanshan was overjoyed when she heard it. She unexpectedly smiled again and thanked Yang Chen again. "You're welcome." At this point, Yang Chen was not so stingy and insisted on such a small matter. He just nodded and said, "Sometimes, freshly made things are much more delicious than things that have been carefully prepared for a long time. If you like it, come and drink the freshly made tea." The two of them each took a cup of tea and began to taste it silently. Shashanshan was immersed in the wonderful taste. After Yang Chen took a sip, he still shook his head slightly. "Unfortunately, the tea is not the best. It is just some wild tea that I occasionally found. It is far from those spiritual plants. The water is good, but it is Kuei water after all. It is not as good as the natural ninth water. Seawater was Kuei water, and it had a lot of salt. Even if it gushed out of the underwater spring, it was the same. Although the salt was evaporated, it caused there to be no salt at all, and it lost its natural taste." This was also the reason for Yang Chen's dissatisfaction. Shashanshan was tasting it while listening to Yang Chen's words in her heart. The next time she went out for experience, if she encountered good water, she must collect it and try the taste of the natural ninth water. As for the tea tree, it was something that could be encountered but not sought, but once she encountered it, she must ask for a few and plant it. Using alchemy techniques to refine a top-grade pill, it would definitely be more flavorful. Although they didn't talk much, the two seemed to have found a common pleasure. Each of them had a cup of fragrant tea, but they spent a whole incense's time. After drinking tea, it didn't seem so strange, and the atmosphere was harmonious. "What are you going to Ming Chi Mountain for?" At this time, Shashanshan asked Yang Chen's real purpose. "There are many beasts there. It is not necessary to go to such a dangerous place just for experience, right? I recently received a spiritual pet. There is something there that can greatly improve the ability of spiritual pets, so I went to try my luck." Yang Chen didn't hide it. Anyway, he would know it when they went together. There was no point in hiding it at this time, so he simply told her directly. "Spiritual pet." Shashanshan glanced at Yang Chen and was a little surprised. "You have a lot of tricks in cultivation. It is not easy to make elixirs, and you also have to cultivate spiritual pets. Don't be greedy. I remember that the last catastrophe of evil arts in Chunyang Palace was very good. Does your master allow you to be distracted like this? This is my own business." Yang Chen smiled slightly, indicating that it was okay. "Besides, my spiritual pet is different. I don't need to spend too much effort." Chapter 409. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shashanshan couldn't help but be curious. What kind of spiritual pet is so easy? Can you let me see it too? Since the two were recognized as Taoist companions, naturally they would not call each other as fellow Daoist senior brother and senior sister, and they would open their mouths as casual as you and me. Yang Chen also felt that it was too uncomfortable to say nothing along the way. It was rare for the cold plum fairy, who had always been cold, to take the initiative to speak, and he would not go against her wishes. He directly took Xiao Tian out of the medicine garden and put him in the shuttle. Xiao Tian was greedily holding a low-level flying sword and licking it. Suddenly it appeared in a strange environment. It subconsciously held the flying sword in its mouth and looked at the two people vigilantly. When it saw Yang Chen, it ran over happily and rubbed Yang Chen's trousers leg. It was very intimate. Shashanshan was stunned for a while. She thought that people like Yang Chen would find a spiritual pet that was a unique beast, but she did not expect it to be such a cute puppy. Unable to hold it in any longer, she burst out laughing. The jade face was unspeakably bright and moving. Xiao Tian seemed to notice that Shashanshan was laughing at it. It whined twice in its mouth and stared at Shashanshan with its small round eyes. It was very rude to yell at Shashanshan twice. It was held in Yang Chen's arms and stroked for a long time. It hummed a few times and began to lick the flying sword again. Sorry. After Shashanshan laughed, she immediately felt that it was wrong. Her emotional control was very good, and she immediately returned to normal. It's nothing. Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. When he told Jiao Yu and Gong Sunling that Xiao Tian was a treasure, Jiao Yu also laughed, and Gong Sunling also laughed, but Shashanshan laughed at this moment. With all due respect. Shashanshan stared at Xiao Tian for a long time and felt that it was an ordinary puppy. She said very seriously, "Your spiritual pet doesn't look so outstanding. Isn't it a pity to give it the only chance to recognize a spirit pet as its master? If you were outstanding, it wouldn't be my turn to discover you." Yang Chen smiled and did not argue. Xiao Tian was the only treasure he found not by relying on the memory of his previous life, but by simply relying on his vision. It was equivalent to an antique enthusiast picking up a big leak. He was very proud. If you know its origin, you will never think so. Please enlighten me. Shashanshan's eyes lit up. She was a cultivator and she also knew that Yang Chen was knowledgeable and would never speak without a goal. After looking at Xiao Tian for a while, she asked in doubt. Don't say it for the time being. You won't believe it even if I say it. Yang Chen smiled and shook his head. He put Xiao Tian back into the medicine garden. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Tian had already shown some of the characteristics in Yang Chen's memory, but the appearance was very ordinary and unbelievable. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say it, Shashanshan couldn't continue to ask. She could only ask other questions. What is it that can make the spiritual pet improve? It's not a very good thing. It's just a drop of blood essence left by the celestial dog in the immortal world. Yang Chen replied lightly and didn't care how shocking his words were. The blood essence of the celestial dog. Shashanshan was shocked. She didn't know anything else, but she still knew about Yang Erlang's celestial dog. She didn't know how many times she had heard the legend. Yang Chen actually said that there was the blood essence of the celestial dog here. Shashanshan immediately thought of the puppy just now. Is it possible that your spiritual pet is a descendant of the celestial dog? No. Yang Chen directly shook his head and denied it, and then said, however, if you think so, I won't refute it for the time being. Anyway, you can just treat it as it is. What kind of answer is this? Shashanshan fell into confusion again. No, but I won't refute it. Just treat it as it is. Is it or not? Believe me, an orthodox Taoist cultivator like you will never want to know what it is. Yang Chen looked at Shashanshan's puzzled look and couldn't help but remind her, don't think too much. Having said that, Shashanshan had been frowning to guess what Xiao Tian was. It's just that no matter how she racked her brains, she couldn't think of any powerful spiritual pet that looked like this. After thinking about it, it seemed that it could only be the legendary celestial dog. As for why Yang Chen knew that there was the blood essence of the celestial dog here, Shashanshan didn't ask much. Yang Chen's reputation for reading a lot of books was out there. There was no need to ask, he must have found it by chance from so many books. Yang Chen didn't expect that he accidentally released this reputation, but it saved him a lot of talking. Even when he did some strange things, others didn't doubt it, and they would take the initiative to help him find reasons and sources. Mingqi Mountain was far away. Even if it was a shuttle, it took a full month to fly. For such a long time, the two only exchanged a few words in the shuttle from time to time. Most of the time, they were practicing in relative silence. Occasionally, they would taste the fresh tea made by Yang Chen on the spot. However, the work of making tea was done by Shashanshan, and every time Shashanshan was like a virtuous wife, she would respectfully bring the tea to Yang Chen. At first, Yang Chen was not used to it, but Shashanshan insisted that this was what a woman should do. Yang Chen couldn't change it and could only slowly adapt. Mingqi Mountain was imminent, and Yang Chen and Shashanshan were also ready. Looking for a suitable place, Yang Chen put away the shuttle and stood on the ground. After observing for a long time, Shashanshan turned to ask Yang Chen, "Where are we going now?" "Where is the blood essence you said?" The news left by the celestial dog was only a few words. It was clear that it was only a hidden valley in Mingqi Mountain, but where the valley was, it didn't specify. In a hidden valley, but it didn't say where it was. It will take a lot of effort to find it. Yang Chen held the bright ray sword in his hand and began to release his spiritual awareness to explore around. "I hope you are right." Shashanshan didn't agree with Yang Chen's behavior of looking for a place when he arrived, but she had already followed Yang Chen to this side, so it was not good to go back. She could only follow Yang Chen and take one step at a time. Without waiting for Yang Chen to remind, Shashanshan had already summoned the flying sword. However, her flying sword was not held in her hand, but flew around her body. A looming armor also appeared on the surface of her body, but she was ready to fight. Yang Chen looked at Shashanshan and naturally made this gesture. Only then did he remember that in his previous life, Shashanshan's famous title of Winter Plum Fairy was not obtained by relying on her cold face, but it was a solid fight. With such a companion, it saved a lot of effort to take care of her. Chapter 410. The two of them were well prepared and very timely. Not long after they walked out fully armed, a monster suddenly rushed over. When it saw the two of them, it let out a roar and rushed towards the two of them while drooling. Whoosh, 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 3 consecutive sounds. Shashanshan's flying sword had flashed back and forth 3 times on the monster in the air. When the monster in the air rushed to the front of Yang Chen slashed with his sword and directly split the seriously injured monster into 2 pieces. It was the first time they cooperated, but they had a very tacit understanding. No one made any unnecessary movements and neatly dealt with the monster. In this regard, both of them were somewhat surprised. Before, no one had seen each other's fighting style. Now that they saw it for the first time, they were secretly praising each other in their hearts. Although this place was close to the monster plane, the monster was not very strong. With Shashanshan's gold core stage cultivation, it was effortless for her to rampage here. Coupled with Yang Chen, this killing god, it was even more successful. In less than an hour, the two of them had cooperated to kill 3 monster beasts. It seemed that they were all in the foundation establishment stage. The monster core had not yet condensed. Yang Chen always cut off the most useful parts of the monster, but when he gave it to Shashanshan, he was rejected by Shashanshan. Fairy Sure, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, had some misophobia. These bloody parts that were cut off from the monster's body made Shashanshan somewhat disgusted. Yang Chen knew this little habit of Shashanshan from the memory of his previous life. He did not insist on it. He always put it away by himself. When he found a place with water to rest, it was not too late to clean these things and then give them to her. Although Mingqi Mountain was not big, it was also more than 100 miles in radius. There were no less than hundreds of valleys. It was not easy to find the valley where the howling celestial dog's blood was hidden. Yang Chen had already planned to spend at least 3 to 5 years here, searching through the valleys one by one. However, he was not in a rush. There were many demonic beasts, and they would always jump out at the most unexpected time. The two of them were very vigilant, especially Yang Chen, who was very sensitive to killing intent. The demonic beasts here did not know how to hide their auras, and were always discovered by Yang Chen in advance. After searching through 3 or 4 valleys, the two of them had already killed no less than 10 demonic beasts. They also had a better understanding of each other's cultivation and attacking habits, and their teamwork became more tacit. To Yang Chen, Shashanshan was a good combat partner. Unlike senior sister Gong Sunling, she was an expert who had grown up through battles. She was experienced and knew what methods to use against different enemies. She knew when to strike and when to kill. She would not be soft-hearted when it was time to strike. She was easy to cooperate with. In particular, The two of them were very tacit. The attacks were launched one after another. Those demonic beasts did not even have a chance to fight back from the beginning to the end. They were killed by the two people's continuous attacks. After killing so many demonic beasts, the two of them had a feeling at the same time, it was convenient. The attack was sharp, and they dodged in time. They would never block the attack route of their companions. In the end, they always smiled after killing the demonic beasts. In his memory, Shashanshan rarely smiled, but Yang Chen and Shashanshan had seen her smile several times this time. It was not easy to think about Shashanshan. A beautiful woman, but she always had to put on a frosty posture. Being able to smile a few times was also an effective way to release pressure. Every valley, Yang Chen would carefully check it. The blood essence left by the howling celestial dog before it ascended was by no means ordinary goods. The place where it was stored would definitely have a strong spiritual power fluctuation. However, none of the valleys that he had checked had such characteristics. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already told Shashanshan about his plan. Both of them were not in a hurry. Anyway, they would search one valley after another until they found it. They had searched more than 100 valleys in a row, and it took 3 months. They had killed no less than hundreds of demonic beasts, but they had not found the so-called blood essence of the howling celestial dog. Could there be a mistake in the records? Shashanshan was also puzzled. It did not seem to be a way to continue searching like this. No, definitely not. Yang Chen thought about it. There was no need for the howling celestial dog to lie under such circumstances. He shook his head firmly. Where would the hidden valley be? Hidden valley? Shashanshan heard these words, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly asked, which of the valleys that we are looking for are hidden? After being reminded by Shashanshan, Yang Chen suddenly understood. Indeed, the valleys that the two of them were looking for these days appeared here in broad daylight. How could it be hidden? It seemed that even a person like Yang Chen would have omissions and there would be places that were not considered well. For Shashanshan's reminder, Yang Chen was very grateful. Next, the two of them began to search the valleys that were generally not easy to see. There were many hidden valleys, and there were several most likely situations. One was that the entrance was hidden, but no matter how hidden the entrance was, it was impossible not to be found by the demonic beasts here after thousands of years. Another possibility was that there was a master who used an array or other magic weapon to cover the valley. For the howling celestial dog, this was the most likely possibility. With this new idea, the purpose of the two of them was more clear. The valleys that could be seen at a glance were basically ignored, and they specifically looked for places that might have large-scale arrays. No matter how hidden the array was, under the exploration of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, as long as it was within a few feet, Yang Chen would always be able to find some clues. Shashanshan did not have such a strong spiritual awareness. She could only follow Yang Chen and search all the way. Hard work pays off. After changing the target this time, in less than 2 months, Yang Chen found a very hidden array trace. There was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the gap between a huge stone and a mountain rock. The gap was not big, and it was covered with thorns. Even the demonic beasts would not easily get in. After approaching, Yang Chen carefully explored it and even used some things to test it. After confirming that it was an illusory array, he took the lead and walked into the hidden illusory array. In front of him was a huge valley. It really matched the hidden valley that the howling celestial dog said. Before he had time to sigh, Shashanshan followed behind him and looked at the huge valley. She was surprised. The valley was very warm, and all kinds of flowers and trees were thriving. It was very dense, but there were no large animals, only some small insects. The most surprising thing was not these, but the things growing in the valley. At least at a glance, Yang Chen found a few peerless elixirs, and looking at the appearance of those plants, they were probably tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 4:11. 10,000 years was just a preliminary estimate of Yang Chen, but the real age may be more than 10,000 years. It must be known that Yang Erlang and the Xiao celestial dog have ascended for more than 10,000 years. This was left when the Xiao celestial dog ascended. It definitely exceeded this age. Half of it, you pick first. Yang Chen suddenly regretted it. If he knew this, he wouldn't have brought Shashanshan with him and let the Green Jade Immortal Island take advantage of it. But he couldn't do the thing of having it all to himself. He stretched out his hand very generously and signaled Shashanshan to start first. Shashanshan was also a person who knew the goods. Although she was not a master of alchemy, she could see the age of these rare medicinal materials. In addition to being surprised, she couldn't help but sigh for Yang Chen's generosity. "Aren't you afraid that I will be tempted to kill you and then swallow it all?" Shashanshan did not start immediately, but turned to look at Yang Chen and asked coldly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Chen was very dissatisfied with a cold snort. To be honest, he was really not afraid of Shashanshan falling out with him. That way, he would have a reason to get rid of Shashanshan. Maybe these medicinal materials were too shocking, or maybe it was Yang Chen's domineering words that played a role. The coldness on Shashanshan's face weakened a lot. She once again gave Yang Chen a small smile and promised okay. "Wait a minute." Shashanshan was about to start, but Yang Chen suddenly stopped her. "Regret it." Shashanshan, who was hesitating about which one to take first, quickly turned around and looked at Yang Chen, who suddenly took out the flying sword and asked with some ridicule, "Let's go around first and see if there is any danger." However, Yang Chen ignored Shashanshan's words. Instead, he looked around vigilantly and said, "There might be guardian spirit beasts nearby. It's best to be careful." This logic was applicable to most treasures, and Shashanshan also understood this. Only now did she realize that she had misunderstood Yang Chen. Her face turned red, and she couldn't say anything. He took out his flying sword and looked around. There didn't seem to be any traces of large demonic beasts in the valley, and the growth of these plants didn't seem to be damaged. The two of them carefully flew on their flying swords. Firstly, they were afraid of damaging those herbs, and secondly, they were afraid that there might be something hidden in them. This secluded valley was not small, and the two of them flew on their swords for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before they reached the end. There was a large open space at the end of the valley, and there was a very obvious magic array on the open space. The lines of the magic array covered an area of 100 feet, and the lines of the magic array were still flickering with a faint light. In the center of the formation was a ball of blood-colored liquid the size of a human head, constantly changing its shape. But no matter how it changed, it couldn't leave the center of the magic array. "This is the blood essence of the howling celestial dog that you are looking for, right?" Looking at the ball of blood-colored liquid that was still full of vitality, Shashanshan was a little surprised, and her tone was a little uncertain. "It should be." The magic array was covering it, and there was no spiritual power coming out. Yang Chen's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and he really didn't know whether it was the blood essence or not. But since it was here, and it matched the description of the howling celestial dog, it shouldn't be wrong. "This is a drop." Shashanshan was a little speechless. A ball the size of a human head, no matter what, it couldn't be related to the concept of a drop. Maybe. Yang Chen also didn't know what to say. The concept of a drop of the howling celestial dog might be different from ordinary people. "What do we do now?" Shashanshan seemed to listen to Yang Chen, and asked, waiting for his command. Yang Chen looked around again, pointed to the open space at the edge of the magic array, and said, "There is no trace of demonic beast activity here, presumably the entire valley is gone." The ground at the edge of the magic array was not very hard, and it was obvious that the things inside the magic array were the most precious. Even if there were demonic beasts, with so many spiritual herbs to grow, it was estimated that they would have developed spiritual wisdom. Demonic beasts with spiritual wisdom would not easily let go of the things in this magic array. Even if they couldn't break the magic array, they would still test it. There were no traces here, and it could be seen that there were no demonic beasts. "Just go and pick whatever medicinal herbs you like." Yang Chen only had the blood essence of the howling celestial dog in his eyes, but he suddenly thought of something, and turned his head and said, "If there is anything that you are not sure of or can't pick, wait for me to finish here and help you pick it, don't damage it." Shashanshan agreed, and began to look around the valley slowly. There was no hurry to pick what. Let's see what is there first. Yang Chen stood at the edge of the magic array, and began to carefully examine the mysteries of the magic array. All the lines of this magic array could be seen, and it saved Yang Chen a lot of effort in his analysis. He flipped through the high-level magic array in his mind, but he did not find any that matched this one. As a last resort, he could only use the most basic principles of magic array to analyze it. It was not impossible to break the magic array by force, but it would easily damage the blood essence, and the gains would not make up for the losses, so it was better to take a closer look. Sitting at the edge of the magic array, Yang Chen started to analyze the principles of the magic array, and judged the functions of the magic array. Just by sitting down and analyzing, it took him 2 whole months. Shishanshan did not know why, but she did not pick any spiritual herbs at all. She walked around the valley, and returned to this side. Looking at Yang Chen's careful analysis, she did not say much, and just sat at the side to cultivate, and at the same time, protect Yang Chen. So that's how it is. Yang Chen, who had been staring at the magic array, suddenly revealed a smile on his face, and blurted out these few words. "Have you figured it out?" Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. It was Shishanshan. Yang Chen was startled. Why did Shishanshan not go to collect the spiritual herbs? Clear. Yang Chen slowly stood up, and said with a smile, "A sealing magic array, a preservation magic array, a protection magic array, a levitation magic array, and a spirit-gathering magic array. It is just a few of them combined, it is not a troublesome matter." Yang Chen! Shishanshan suddenly shouted at Yang Chen, and Yang Chen responded by turning his head. "You are so confident and bold to analyze the magic array here. Are you really not afraid that I will murder you for your wealth?" Shishanshan's face was habitually cold, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Although Fairy Shi has killed a lot of people to protect the Tao. Yang Chen blurted out without thinking, "But I have never heard of the act of murder for money." This was not what he heard in this life, but the memory of his previous life. Since it is a murder, of course, it will not let people know. Shishanshan's eyes lit up slightly, but she still said with a straight face, "You haven't heard of it, it doesn't mean that I haven't done it." With that said, she turned her head and looked around the valley, and asked Yang Chen, "Do you know, if the Green Jade Immortal Island gets these elixirs, how much benefit will it be?" Shishanshan, as a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, naturally has to consider for the sect. Chapter 412. If you like it then take more, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen's words made Shishanshan almost fall to the ground. Did Yang Chen really not know the value of these elixirs? How could it be? Yang Chen was a little famous alchemist, how could he not know the value of elixirs? If this was the case, then he really regarded Shishanshan as one of his own. Thinking of this, Shishanshan's heart was also a little warm. This was the first time she had such a feeling for a man. Yang Chen didn't know that his casual words would make Shishanshan have such a big misunderstanding. His purpose was very simple. The blood essence of the howling celestial dog was a must. As for the other things, they were all part of this trip. It didn't matter if it was more or less. It was just some accidental discovery of 10,000 years elixirs. Yang Chen didn't put it in his eyes. Just the elixirs in Yang Chen's memory. There were more than a few places. There were not many here. There were not many here. It was really not worth being greedy because of this. However, in the eyes of Shishanshan, this performance was different. In the face of such a huge wealth, he was not tempted. This was the real cultivator who was not moved by external things. No wonder in just 30 years, Yang Chen's reputation rose. There was indeed a reason for it. At this moment, Shishanshan suddenly had a realization. She only felt that her state of mind had improved, and unconsciously entered the state of meditation. Yang Chen did not find the strangeness of Shishanshan. He knew the principle of the array, and at the same time, he also knew how to enter this array. He took Xiao Tian out of the medicine garden, took the flying sword in its mouth, and walked into the array with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian kept barking because the flying sword he was holding was robbed. Yang Chen gently stroked it and smiled. "I have something good for you. After eating this, use the advanced flying sword." Xiao Tian didn't know if he understood it or not, but looking at the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, his eyes were shining and his saliva flowed down. It seemed that he also discovered the peculiarity of the blood essence. The array was only 100 feet in radius, but Yang Chen walked back and forth for almost the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn before he reached the center. In order not to destroy the integrity of the formation and not to waste any bit of the blood essence inside, Yang Chen used the most complicated method. If an array cultivator saw Yang Chen's actions, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Several arrays were combined into one, and they were arranged by a master of the darching stage. The array that has been running for more than 10,000 years, he could easily walk in without destroying the array at all. This was enough to make those so-called masters who have studied arrays for a lifetime feel ashamed to death. Directly facing the suspended howling celestial dog's blood essence, without the obstruction of the array, Yang Chen discovered the power of this blood essence. The spiritual energy contained in it was overwhelming. Standing here, one would actually feel a sense of oppression. Such a powerful blood essence, if Xiao Tian were to take it all now, it was estimated that there would only be one result, that was, it would explode. However, this was not difficult for Yang Chen. He now used a bucket-sized jade stone and quickly carved it into a jade bottle with the flying sword. Then, referring to the preservation and suspension parts of this array, Yang Chen also engraved 2 arrays on the inner wall of the jade bottle, and then reached out and put all the blood essence into the jade bottle. It was said to be a jade bottle, but in fact, it should be called a jade bucket. A large group of blood essence was in the jade bottle. Just like in this array, it was suspended in the center and did not touch the 4 walls at all. He carefully used his spiritual power to take about a spoon of it and fed it to Xiao Tian, who had already drooled. Xiao Tian happily drank this blood essence, and then a red light flashed up and down his body. After a while, Xiao Tian couldn't support it and was drowsy. Yang Chen knew that this was the effect of the blood essence. He carefully put Xiao Tian back into the medicine garden, and then he followed the pace of the array and slowly walked out of the array. After coming out, Yang Chen saw that Shashanshan was already in that state, and it seemed that she had realized something. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. A genius was a genius. She could always comprehend in some places that ordinary people didn't pay attention to, but he didn't know what she understood this time. At the moment, he didn't do anything, but he was not far from Shashanshan to protect her. He felt strange in his heart. When did he start to not care about Shashanshan being by his side, but he was not afraid of her making a surprise attack at all? Although in the memory of his previous life, the cold plum fairy was a person of her word, but he and Shashanshan didn't seem to have the kind of friendship that could be completely unguarded, right? However, even he couldn't say it clearly. How could he not guard against Shashanshan at all? Even after more than 2 months of meditation, he didn't think that there would be a Shashanshan who could attack him at any time. And the strange thing was that looking at the appearance of Shashanshan, she was in a state of meditation, and she was not afraid of him having any bad thoughts. This kind of trust was actually produced unconsciously. Yang Chen also felt strange. Didn't he want to draw a line with Shashanshan? How could such a thing happen? Yang Chen, who was puzzled, could only protect Shashanshan while observing the situation of Xiao Tian in the medicine garden. Xiao Tian had fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, but there was a trace of blood around his body, getting thicker and thicker, like a cocoon wrapping Xiao Tian in it. On Xiao Tian's body, a burst of spiritual power had begun to surge. Compared with the previous state, it was simply a complete change. The blood essence of this Xiao Tian dog is really a great supplement. Yang Chen's heart sincerely praised and guessed perhaps, after you have taken all the blood essence, you can really stimulate your bloodline and become a real Yazi. That's right, this Xiao Tian that looked like a puppy had a trace of Yazi's bloodline. When Yang Chen accidentally discovered it, he couldn't believe his eyes at that time. However, the bloodline was not very prominent, but Xiao Tian had already shown a trace of the characteristics of Yazi. Its head was like a jackal, and its mouth was like a sharp blade. It was just that the spiritual power in its body was too light, making people easily mistake it as an ordinary puppy. Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, Yang Chen didn't think that he could meet it in the mortal world. Perhaps, after the Yazi bloodline of Xiao Tian was fully stimulated, Yang Chen could consider going to the Dragon Palace to collect other magic weapons. In the past, only 1 shuttle was taken out, and there were still many left. He just didn't know if the dragon chi in Yazi's body could let Yang Chen collect all the treasures of the entire Dragon Palace. If it could, It would be the real immortal's cave. Chapter 413. Yazi, the second son of the dragon body and the head of a jackal. The character is strong, brave, and good at fighting, bloodthirsty and belligerent, always holding the sword in his mouth, glaring, engraved on the blade ring and the sword hilt to increase his own powerful power. Now Xiao Tian has not fully stimulated the bloodline of Yazi. It looks like a jackal head. The body is simply a jackal body. Because it is too small, it is a puppy in the eyes of others. It is very normal not to be discovered. Yang Chen and Yazi are also inextricably linked, not to mention anything else. Just the ghost head knife he used on the execution ground, the so-called ghost head, is Yazi. Ordinary people think that by engraving Yazi on the blade ring and the sword hilt, they can increase the power of their own weapons. These are just legends. Maybe it will work, but Yang Chen can be sure of one thing: when the real Yazi is attached to the weapon, it is really powerful. Weapon destroyer, evil destroyer, capable of cutting through all living things, and devouring weapon spirits. With these powerful attributes, even a feather duster could become a divine weapon that could shake the world. I don't know when his own flying sword is possessed by the mature Yazi, how miserable those who fight with Yang Chen will be. The bloodline of Xiao Tian has been stimulated, and Yang Chen can already feel the killing intent. After thinking about it, Yang Chen directly put the bright ray sword beside Yazi. This is the sword that Yang Chen is most interested in his life. It may not be the strongest, but it needs Yang Chen to protect it with his life. Shishanshan was meditating and Xiao Tian also slept for a month before waking up. After waking up, he immediately held the bright ray sword that Yang Chen put beside him and licked it. After licking for a while, it seems that someone is spying on it. He quickly ran to a hidden corner with the bright ray sword and continued to enjoy it, as if there is something delicious on this flying sword. Yang Chen knows that this is the instinct of Yazi. He likes weapons. At the same time of licking, it is not only enjoyment, but it will also greatly enhance the attributes of the weapon. Perhaps the current Yazi bloodline was not enough, but it was still easy to make the bright ray sword sharper. The celestial dog bloodline, which was the size of a human head, only fed Xiao Tian a small spoon, but Yang Chen did not immediately feed it again. Spirit pets were the same as cultivators. Once they reached a certain realm, it was best to consolidate for a period of time. Otherwise, it was easy for them to break through to a higher realm too quickly and cause their foundation to be unstable. Shishanshan had been meditating for 2 months. Yang Chen looked after Xiao Tian while quietly guarding her. Until one day after 2 months, Shishanshan suddenly opened her eyes. Congratulations! Looking at Shishanshan's gaze, Yang Chen knew that Shishanshan had comprehended something again, and her cultivation had improved again. You've been guarding this place? Shishanshan did not smile because of Yang Chen's congratulations, but she habitually maintained her cold temper and asked, "If I don't guard it, what if you are disturbed by something?" Yang Chen replied lazily, stood up and stretched a lot. Shishanshan did have some insights, which led to the improvement of her state of mind. Looking at Yang Chen's very comfortable stretching action, Shishanshan suddenly had an impulse to do the same posture that disregarded her image, but she was still restrained by her own consciousness and did not do anything rude. Her eyes swept across the valley and saw the intact medicinal materials. Shishanshan did not seem to be surprised at all. If it was a greedy villain, maybe he would have already swept it away, and she, who was meditating, would also take the opportunity to kill her. Thinking of this, Shishanshan was suddenly surprised. How could she be so unguarded against Yang Chen? One had to know that when she was meditating and comprehending, a slight interruption would lead to qi deviation, and a serious injury could lead to death. She could not easily experiment unless she was in an absolutely safe place. How could she be so reckless? After thinking about it, the conclusion she came to was the same as Yang Chen's. Unknowingly, she actually had a sense of trust in Yang Chen. Could it be because she agreed to be his Dao companion, and this was a natural feeling? Shishanshan could not explain it clearly, but she knew that she had already comprehended twice when she met Yang Chen. The first time was when Yang Chen had not yet started cultivating, and he said those words on the execution ground. This time, it was because Yang Chen did not care about those precious medicinal materials. Although she did not have a deep understanding of Yang Chen, Now Shashanshan felt that it was not a bad thing to do dual cultivation with Yang Chen. Have you chosen these medicinal materials? Yang Chen stretched and felt much more comfortable. He pointed to the large pile of precious spiritual herbs in the valley. Shashanshan looked around and then looked at Yang Chen. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you want me to take some? Half is the rule when we meet." Yang Chen smiled and asked casually, "Why, haven't you chosen? Do you want me to give you some advice?" "Okay." Shashanshan followed Yang Chen's words and nodded. She was quite surprised in her heart. "Then let's start from here." Yang Chen really wanted to introduce some good things to Shashanshan. Since he had already agreed to share half, why not do it nicely? This is more vulgar, but it is also the most pleasing. Yang Chen pointed to a 6th grade leaf and said, "Ginseng, 10,000 years old, no refining process is needed, it is directly consumed, and it is possible for a Yuanying stage master to become a Dacheng stage master. This is a 9-leaf mysterious ginseng." Yang Chen pointed to another plant and said, "As long as it is more than 10,000 years old, it is basically the best of the best. The medicinal pill refined can at least have the effect of a 3rd grade." A series of introductions were quickly said in Yang Chen's mouth, without the slightest hesitation. One by one, Shashanshan, who was listening, almost smiled bitterly. These things that Yang Chen introduced were, of course, true. Shashanshan was not a person who didn't know anything. But what she couldn't figure out was that Yang Chen actually really said the relatively more valuable part of these rare medicinal materials, and the rest were some ordinary goods. Was this Yang Chen's kindness? Yang Chen, who was showing off one by one, was unaware of what his actions had caused Shashanshan to think. Anyway, after he had the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, these things were no longer in his eyes. What could be more precious than a Yazi spirit pet? Others didn't know, but how could Yang Chen not be clear about it? When the immortal beheading saber was added with a complete 10 sword souls, driven by the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art, and there was also a Yazi attached to it, not to mention the mortal world, even if the spiritual world and the immortal world were all added up, was there still an existence that the immortal beheading saber couldn't cut? Compared with Yazi, these 10,000 years elixirs, even if he gave 10 times more, Yang Chen would not feel distressed. Chapter 414. Yang Chen's performance was very casual, but Shashanshan was not so relaxed. Although she has realized from Yang Chen that some of the state of mind was not moved by external things, but when Yang Chen was so generous to her, she was still a little surprised. Shashanshan was very contradictory. So many 10,000 years spirit medicines, if she brought them back, whether it was for herself or for the Green Jade Immortal Island, it would be a huge wealth. But the problem was that such a wealth was likely to make some elders in the sect with ulterior motives have other ideas, such as Elder Li Junyu, the predecessor of Li Qingchen. At that time, they would definitely have a dispute. Yang Chen went out with her and got so many 10,000 years spirit medicines, the two sides would share it equally. Why? Shashanshan was in the Jedan stage, and she would definitely contribute the most, and Yang Chen was a younger generation junior in the foundation stage. It must be because of others, and he would follow Shashanshan. Subsequently, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunyang Palace would have a series of entanglements. This was not Shashanshan's baseless assumption, but there were precedents to follow. It was not the first time that several big sects had done this kind of thing. There would definitely be a dispute. Maybe there would be a fight between the two sides. The two sects that were originally harmonious would become enemies. This kind of situation was what Shashanshan was never willing to see. It was not that Shashanshan did not consider the sect, but sometimes if the benefits were too great, it would cause imbalance. The so-called raising a little bit of rice is a bit like this. Only Shashanshan herself knew that getting these things actually had little to do with her, but Yang Chen had planned it for a long time. Looking for her to go out was only because of the request of the elders of the two sides. What was more gratifying was that in this process, the two sides had a tacit understanding and trust. If something like what Shashanshan imagined happened, Shashanshan simply didn't know how to face Yang Chen's trust, especially when she didn't make much effort to get the benefits. After thinking about it, Shashanshan felt that she shouldn't share these, but after asking several times, Yang Chen seemed to have made up his mind to share them with her. Seeing that Yang Chen was still explaining, Shashanshan took a long breath and made a decision. Yang Chen, I don't have anything like a medicine garden in my hands, you should put it away first. After saying these words to Yang Chen, Shashanshan felt a lot of balance in her heart. It's too much of a waste to take it away like this. When I need it, I will ask you for it. Yang Chen's eyes widened. What did this mean? He wants me to keep it. How could Yang Chen not know Shashanshan's intention? He teased, aren't you afraid that I'll get greedy at the sight of money and take it all for myself? You didn't care if I would swallow it when you were studying the formation, didn't you? Shashanshan finally smiled, looking at Yang Chen's eyes. It seemed that there was a hint of provocation. To be honest, I don't understand. Yang Chen shook his head. Of course, he could put these things into the medicine garden. However, this kind of good thing, Yang Chen didn't think that Shashanshan, the core disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, would give up so easily. Didn't she consider the needs of the Green Jade Immortal Island? There are many people on the island who don't think highly of you. Shashanshan didn't hide it and told him the reason directly. If these things appear on the island, many people will target you and Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was happy for a while, but he didn't think so much. When Shashanshan reminded him, Yang Chen also immediately realized the problem. In his previous life, a 10,000 years old vermilion fruit could make the young sect master of Taishanmen tempted. In this valley, how could there be more than a 10,000 years old elixir? After thinking about this, Yang Chen looked at Shashanshan with a different gaze. He was ecstatic because he got the blood essence of the celestial hound and stimulated the Yazi bloodline. Fortunately, there was Shashanshan to remind him. He was a little happy. This cold beauty did not fail to live up to his trust, and she also took the initiative to propose such a method. But Yang Chen had a headache. If this goes on, how should he refuse Shashanshan? However, what Shashanshan said was also a way, and it was the best way to maximize the efficacy of these elixirs. The premise was that both sides had enough trust in each other. Now, Shashanshan had trusted Yang Chen. As a man, if Yang Chen was unreasonable, it would be too unreasonable. At the moment, Yang Chen also nodded directly. Okay, then let's do it together. You dig up the roots, and I will transplant them. This work was not easy. It would be a pity to damage the elixirs of more than 10,000 years old no matter where they were. Under Yang Chen's suggestion, Shashanshan carefully used a wooden sword made from the trunk of a big tree to dig up the roots of those elixirs and handed them to Yang Chen for Yang Chen to transplant. Sometimes, several elixirs grew together, and they were not separated. A large piece of land was dug up and sent to the medicine garden together. It was much easier for Yang Chen to transplant. The environment in the medicine garden was better than the outside, and the spiritual power was abundant. With the fifth earth layer as the foundation, these 10,000 years old elixirs easily took root in the medicine garden. The two cooperated to sweep all the elixirs in this valley, and it took a full 2 months. Counting the time, Yang Chen and Shashanshan had been out for a whole year. Where are we going next? Shashanshan had gained a lot from this trip. She improved her realm and got so many elixirs, so she did not reject traveling with Yang Chen at all. After doing this, Yang Chen had no meaning in Mingqi Mountain, so Shashanshan asked Yang Chen's arrangement. I originally wanted to go to the sea to have a look, but now that I have this batch of elixirs, I guess I have to go back and refine a batch of elixirs. Yang Chen did not hide it. He was very conflicted now. Of course, he did not want to have more contact with Shashanshan, so he could only use the excuse of refining elixirs. All right. Shashanshan did not mean to be entangled, and nodded. It just so happens that I have some enlightenment. I will go back and consolidate my realm. There was a beginning and an end, of course. Yang Chen had to send Shashanshan back to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Shashanshan did not refuse. She tasted the tea refined by Yang Chen on the shuttle several times. Later, she asked for a batch as a reserve, and then she sent Yang Chen out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Returning to the mountain alone, Yang Chen began to think about what to do when he went back this time. Alchemy was just a reason to perfunctory Shashanshan. However, if there was a batch of 10,000 years old elixirs, it seemed to be a good choice. His master ancestor was now facing the bottleneck of the peak Yuanying stage. With these elixirs, he might really be able to cross the bottleneck and enter the darching stage. Of course, these still needed to be considered. Yang Chen just completed the instructions of the head of the palace and went back to meet his master. Chapter 4:15. This trip to Mingqi Mountain, the harvest was huge. Except for the fact that there were so many elixirs in the hidden valley, everything else was in the hands of Yang Chen. The only thing that gave Yang Chen a headache was that he still couldn't make it clear to Shashanshan this time. This would be another trouble in the future. However, the valley where the howling celestial dog hid its blood essence also gave Yang Chen a hint. The owner of the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden, who also ascended to the immortal world, was the owner of Yang Chen's medicine garden. He must have ascended from the mortal world to the spiritual world and then to the immortal world for at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. This was still the case where he had excellent talent and there was no delay along the way, so he could use such a short time. If calculated according to this time, then the age of the medicinal materials in the medicine garden was not right. The medicinal materials that Yang Chen saw were at most more than 1,000 years old. Could it be that the medicine garden had been looted once 1,000 years ago, but it was replanted? But this didn't make sense. The only explanation was that in the medicine garden, there were secrets that Yang Chen had not discovered. Perhaps his cultivation was not enough, perhaps the opportunity had not arrived. Anyway, the predecessor only said the way to enter the medicine garden at that time. As for the things inside, it was estimated that Yang Chen had to explore it himself. Along the way, he thought about how to deal with Shashanshan's affairs. When he returned to Chunyang Palace, without saying a word, he went to see his master first. Yang Chen went out for a year, and knowing that Yang Chen was with Fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Jiao Yu's mood was not very good, and even her cultivation was not very enthusiastic. Suddenly seeing Yang Chen, she smiled like a flower, as if all her troubles no longer existed. Of course, Yang Chen would report this trip to Mingqi Mountain to his master one by one, including the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, the 10,000 years elixir and so on. Except for the origin of the howling celestial dog, everything else was revealed. For Jiao Yu, Yang Chen trusted her unconditionally. Jiao Yu couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that there was such a huge harvest, and that Shashanshan even considered the possibility of getting into trouble because of her wealth and gave all the elixirs to Yang Chen for safekeeping. What was going on? Did she really treat Yang Chen as her husband, so she trusted him unconditionally? Jiao Yu didn't know what Shashanshan was thinking, but Shashanshan trusted Yang Chen, so Jiao Yu couldn't say anything. Of course, obtaining a lot of elixirs was indeed something to be happy about, and Yang Chen's safe return was more important than anything else. Jiao Yu only told Yang Chen to handle it well, and didn't say anything else. In the end, Jiao Yu told Yang Chen a piece of news that surprised Yang Chen. The genius disciple of Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue, had already been in Chunyang Palace to see Yang Chen for many days. Yang Chen had not come back. Sun Qingxue actually stayed in the guest house of Chunyang Palace and waited. Jiao Yu didn't know what the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue was. She just told him the news and asked him to see Sun Qingxue. Speaking of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen's eyes immediately flashed the image of the timid little girl on the execution ground. With the help of Yang Chen, the dancing snow fairy of the later generations not only did not suffer from the catastrophe of the evil cultivation, but also directly worshipped Elder Hua wanting to cultivate. Presumably, she had now succeeded in the Zhuji phase. Before Yang Chen got acquainted with Sun Qingxue, it was purely a coincidence. Later, he helped her, but also with a certain utilitarian heart. Anyway, it was much better to make friends with the dancing snow fairy than to offend her. As for more, Yang Chen didn't ask for much. He was just wondering why Sun Qingxue came to him. Soon, Yang Chen saw Sun Qingxue in the guest house. Sun Qingxue in a cyan dress, even though she had been here for so many years, still had the appearance of a pure little girl. Seeing Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue's face instantly bloomed with a smile, and sweetly called out to Yang Chen, "Brother Yang, you are back. Why are you here?" They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Yang Chen was still very happy to see this little sister. "I built the foundation, Master let me come out to gain experience." Sun Qingxue gracefully turned a circle in front of Yang Chen, showing her youthful figure, then blinked her big eyes and asked, "Brother Yang, am I beautiful?" "Very beautiful," Yang Chen replied solemnly. He had already seen that Sun Qingxue had already built the foundation, and her pure wood attribute spiritual power was full of the aura of Penglai divine wood. It must have been the Zhuji pill left by Yang Chen at that time that worked. "Then don't be a Taoist companion with Sister She, okay?" In Sun Qingxue's eyes, there was a light that was very inconsistent with her temperament, and Yang Chen was stunned. "What did you say?" Yang Chen couldn't believe that this sentence was said by Sun Qingxue as soon as they met, and couldn't help but ask again in surprise. "I will be your Taoist companion, you don't want to be Sister She's Taoist companion, okay?" This time, Sun Qingxue said it more clearly and thoroughly. After saying it, she felt a little shy. Her little face was blushing as she sat there, pinching the corner of her clothes, and no longer dared to look up at Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue must have a good impression of Yang Chen, there was no need to ask this. When Yang Chen left the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue immediately followed Hua, wanting to cultivate in seclusion, abolishing all her previous cultivation and starting from scratch. Sun Qingxue, who had the full value of the wood spirit root, was really worthy of being a cultivation genius. In less than 10 years, she had already succeeded in building the foundation. And it was still without the use of Yang Chen's Zhuji pill. Later, under the guidance of Hua Wanting, after building the foundation, she took the third-grade Zhuji pill of Yang Chen, and completely converted the first wood spirit power into the spirit power of the Penglai divine wood. After serving Hua Wanting, it was already 20 years later. Then Sun Qingxue heard that Shashanshan was going to keep her chastity for Yang Chen, and the Green Jade Immortal Island also supported Yang Chen to be a Taoist companion of Shashanshan. In the heart of the little person, although she has always regarded Yang Chen as a big brother, but when she heard this news, she still felt uncomfortable. After several years of continuous cultivation, there was not much progress because of her mood problems. Elder Hua Wanting also seemed to understand the knot in her apprentice's heart, so she simply let her come out to experience. No one thought that Sun Qingxue went straight to Chunyang Palace. After hearing that Yang Chen was traveling with Shashanshan, she waited here for Yang Chen for a year. When they met, she asked this question. Yang Chen's eyes were almost the size of a copper bell. Looking at the little person not far away, he was speechless for a long time. What was wrong with him? The cold plum fairy wanted to be his own Taoist companion, and now even the dancing snow fairy wanted to come. And he wanted to compete with the cold plum fairy? The troubles of Shashanshan had not yet been rid of. How did a Sun Qingxue suddenly appear? Sister She is a metal spirit root full value, I know. Sun Qingxue saw that Yang Chen was stunned and did not answer. She raised her head and said, "I am a wood spirit root full value, wood makes fire, double cultivation is more suitable than Sister She, right? You are a fire attribute, fire restrains metal, you are mutually restrained." Chapter 416. This. Yang Chen didn't know how to answer Sun Qingxue. He could only respond with hesitation. "This is a bit sudden. Let me think about it." Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Does Elder Hua know about this?" "Master knows." Sun Qingxue replied quickly with a natural look. Yang Chen thought that Sun Qingxue did it behind Hua Wanting and Blue Cloud sect, so that he had an excuse, but he didn't expect that Elder Hua Wanting actually knew about it. "Elder Hua knows." Yang Chen's eyes widened again. What is going on? Elder Hua knows, and even the sovereign knows. Sun Qingxue said happily. She was happiest about this. Her master supported her, and even the sovereign supported her. They all said that they should fight for their own fate, so I came. Sun Qingxue. Yang Chen didn't know what kind of expression he had now, but it was certain that it was not so good-looking. But Sun Qingxue was looking at him so eagerly, Yang Chen had to give a delayed answer. "You let me think about it." Yang Chen squeezed out a smile. I have to think about it. Ian, I'll wait for you." Sun Qingxue was not unhappy. She agreed happily, and then went forward to pull Yang Chen's arm. She said in a pleading tone, "Brother Yang, I haven't had a good look at my Qing mountain. Can you accompany me?" Could Yang Chen say no? As the host, it was normal for him to bring his guests around his own territory. However, Compared to Sun Qingshue's cheerful expression, Yang Chen was obviously out of it. On the other hand, Sun Qingxue was in high spirits, as if she was interested in everything. She looked at everything with great interest. Together with Yang Chen, they rode their swords and flew to the market square of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to look at some small things before following Yang Chen back to the Fierce Sun courtyard. After settling Sun Qingxue down, Yang Chen came to Gaoyu's residence again with a sad face. He simply repeated Sun Qingshue's words and sighed, "What's going on?" In his previous life, when Yang Chen was in the mortal world, he was hunted for most of his life, so he didn't have time to care about these things. Whether it was the cold plum fairy or the dancing snow fairy, when had Yang Chen ever hoped to get the favor of the two fairies? There were so many outstanding cultivators out there, so how could these two take a fancy to a single one? In this life, he didn't expect that he would have a relationship with them. Two great beauties, what are you not happy about? He didn't know what Gaoyu was thinking, but at this moment, she began to tease Yang Chen. "Ari, I'm going to see the head of the palace." Yang Chen couldn't get a solution from Gaoyu, so he could only leave dejectedly, hoping to get some guidance from the head of the palace. This is a good thing. When the head of the palace heard that Yang Chen asked to see him, he immediately let him in. After listening to Yang Chen's narration, he couldn't help but laugh. "Two flower-like cultivation geniuses want to be your Dao companion. It shows that my Chunyang Palace's disciples are excellent. How about accepting both of them? Anyway, you have more than one kind of spiritual power." Yang Chen was a spiritual power cultivator. The head of the palace was clear, so he would say this. But after Yang Chen listened, he became more and more depressed. How could even the head of the palace be so unreliable? The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, the high-level people actually support their disciples to be your Dao companion. The head of the palace stroked his beard and said, "Could it be that they are interested in your potential?" Before Yang Chen came, he had already considered this problem. From the perspective of the high-level people of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, they would never easily allow the genius disciples of their own sects to be the Dao companion of others. The only explanation was that Yang Chen had recently refined the medicinal pills for the Black Tiger predecessor. Of course, these big sect would not accept ordinary cultivators, but a genius alchemist master was another matter, especially when this alchemist master had begun to refine the medicinal pills used by the masters of the Darching stage when he was in the foundation stage. This was easier to understand. The sect considered nothing else but the interests of the sect. However, the attitude of the two women themselves towards Yang Chen made Yang Chen have a headache. Shishanshan was guilty because she used him, and she felt that he would die in the life and death challenge, so she said something to keep his chastity. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen won, so Shishanshan unilaterally announced that she had become Yang Chen's Dao companion. Of course, there was the intention of solving the trouble with Yang Chen, but after the subsequent contact, Yang Chen also found that Shishanshan herself did not resist him. As for Sun Qingxue, she was more simple. Yang Chen saved her twice and found her a master of the Darching stage. Gratitude plus that kind of blind trust, there was also the mind of a young girl. Sun Qingxue really liked Yang Chen, so she wanted to be Yang Chen's Dao companion. It was just that in Yang Chen's heart, it had always been occupied by his master. For the appreciation of the two fairies, he was somewhat unprepared, especially Sun Qingxue. Shishanshan had not yet been solved, and Sun Qingxue jumped out. Headache. This is a good thing that others can't ask for. The big advantage has been taken by you, and you still refuse. Seeing Yang Chen's frown, the head of the palace could not help but snort coldly. "If you let the admirers of the two of them know, it would be a problem for you to go out of my Qing mountain in the future. Palace master, what should this disciple do?" Yang Chen did not have the experience of dealing with this kind of thing, and the memory of his previous 10,000 years could not help him a little bit. Even if his murderous intent was enough, it was impossible to kill Fairy Shi and Sun Qingxue, right? There was no way. He could only turn to the head of the palace for help. Since the Blue Cloud sect has also come forward, it can be dragged on. The head of the palace knew that Yang Chen was in a dilemma, and could only give him such a way in the end. You still have to solve it yourself, and no one else can help you. But, after saying these two words, the head of the palace sighed. "If you must refuse, Maybe you will offend the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect at the same time. If you never mention the matter of a double cultivation companion again in the future, otherwise, if you find anyone to be a Tao companion, you must be prepared to be strangled by the two major sect at the same time. The face of a big sect was refuted, and sometimes there was only one way to recover it. This point Yang Chen was clearer than the head of the palace. However, even though Yang Chen did not blink when it came to killing people, he could not do this kind of thing. He could only nod in annoyance. If it really couldn't be done, he could only drag it on and wait until later. As for how long it would be delayed, Yang Chen himself could not say it clearly. Who could know that the magical disciple of the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen, had such happy troubles? Chapter 417. It seemed that Sun Qingshue's visit this time was to express this intention to Yang Chen. It was estimated that Sun Qingxue also felt guilty because she had to fight with Fairy Sure for a Tao companion. After waiting for Yang Chen, although she did not get a positive answer from Yang Chen, she was also very happy to return to the sect, saying that she was going back to concentrate on cultivation. After sending away Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen simply had a headache. After thinking about it, he decided not to go out for the time being. It was better to stay in the Fierce Sun courtyard and cultivate well. Senior apprentice sister Gong Sunling also came out for a period of time, so Yang Chen went to visit her. He was still laughed at by Gong Sunling that he was too lucky. Fortunately, Gong Sunling did not say much. She just asked him to recommend a few secret methods that she could use next, and she began to study them again. On the side of Du Qian and Wang Yuan, Yang Chen also visited them one by one, and everyone expressed their opinions. He gave tips on their cultivation problems, and by the way, he also offered elixirs. Several senior apprentice brothers were very grateful. The head of the palace did not seem to be worried about the troubles of Yang Chen. Looking at his meaning, there was a vague plan. Yang Chen did not dare to talk about this with the head of the palace. Wang Yong was refining the life source flying sword with the Chilean horn and had not yet come out. For a while, Yang Chen could not find a good helper. After greeting his master, Yang Chen once again closed himself in the room and began to cultivate. The seventh metal true essence obtained from the hands of Dao Ba should also come in handy. Before, because he had just improved his cultivation base, he needed to consolidate the realm. Now Yang Chen also went out to experience alchemy and felt that it was almost the same. He simply improved the seventh metal spirit power. Xiao Tian also cultivated for a period of time. Before Yang Chen went into retreat, he fed it 2 spoonfuls of the blood essence of the celestial dog, which was twice as much as the last time. Soon Xiao Tian was surrounded by the blood cocoon again and began to fall asleep again. However, the color of the blood cocoon this time was darker than before. It seemed to have changed due to the purer bloodline. Looking at the changes in Xiao Tian, Yang Chen's mood was much better. He finally remembered that he would eventually have to face many powerful enemies. He couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The seventh metal true secret art had already been in his hands. Now that he had the seventh metal true essence, cultivation was no longer difficult. The jade bottle given by Knife Scar was taken out by Yang Chen. The talisman on it was carefully peeled off, and a trace of seventh metal true essence exuded from the mouth of the bottle. Holding his breath, Yang Chen inhaled this breath from his nostrils and began to operate according to the seventh metal true secret art. The whole person suddenly fell into a quiet state. The seventh metal spirit power began to slowly change as a trace of seventh metal true essence infiltrated it. This most original seventh metal aura quickly assimilated the surrounding spiritual power, compressed and condensed. In just a short period of less than 5 months, the seventh metal spirit power of Yang Chen's whole body was converted into seventh metal true essence. However, after the conversion, the seventh metal spirit power was almost reduced by 90%. The quality of the previous seventh metal spirit power and seventh metal true essence was simply incomparable. In order to balance, other spiritual powers were also quickly converted and supplemented. Coupled with the seventh metal true essence from the jade bottle, the seventh metal spirit power in Yang Chen's body grew rapidly. The seventh metal true essence in the jade bottle was quickly exhausted. Fortunately, The amount collected by Knife Scar was enough to complete the conversion of Yang Chen's spiritual power. Next was the crazy supplement of the spiritual power of the Earth Vein, and then it was absorbed and transformed, slowly restoring the original 7th metal spirit power of Yang Chen. The improvement of the quality of the spiritual power brought about a slow conversion and replenishment speed. During the period of replenishment, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness finally changed again. In the middle of the 5th earth layer, there was a large piece of golden debris, evenly distributed in the 5th earth layer. Those so-called debris were the 7th metal. This distribution just matched the pattern of the 5 elements of the earth giving birth to the metal. As soon as this change occurred, the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body also began to change wildly. The 5th earth true essence had been cultivated for many days, and now it began to frantically improve the 7th metal spirit power. The scope of the sea of consciousness began to expand again. It was originally only the size of 100 acres, but this time it expanded to 150 acres. His spiritual awareness soared sharply, directly breaking through the peak of the early Yuanying stage and entering the middle Yuanying stage. At this point, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was released. It could be said that the entire fierce sun courtyard within a 10-mile radius, there was nothing that could hide from Yang Chen. Even the body of the old tree demon had always been hidden, but under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, there was no place to hide. Under the pattern of the earth giving birth to the metal, the 7th metal spirit power soared sharply. The 5th earth true secret art plus the 7th metal true secret art, the 5th earth true essence plus the 7th metal true essence. In just 1 month, the 7th metal spirit power directly broke through the 4th level of the foundation stage, the 5th level of the foundation stage, and stopped growing until the 6th level of the foundation stage. It became second only to the 4th fire spirit power in the 7th level of the foundation stage. This was a situation that Yang Chen had not encountered even if he had cultivated the 5th earth true secret art. It seemed that even if the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, it also needed equal spiritual power to be able to exert its greatest power. The great yin and yang 5 elements secret art has been completed by 2 kinds, and there were still 8 kinds of spiritual power left. However, these 2 kinds of spiritual power have burst out of Yang Chen's energy. Yang Chen has now begun to look forward to how powerful the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art will be after completion. Suddenly feeling the cultivation base bursting, Yang Chen suddenly regretted it. If there was a flying sword of the 7th metal attribute at this moment, or a flying sword of the 5th earth attribute, refining it with the most original 7th metal true essence and 5th earth true essence, how comfortable would it be? Unfortunately, the flying sword selected by Yang Chen for the 2 sword souls, a bright ray sword was the 3rd fire, and a blood phantom vine sword was the 2nd wood. Although there was also a Penglai divine wood that had been booked for the 1st wood flying sword, there was no 7th metal and 5th earth attribute. Not only that, there was not even a magic weapon of the metal and earth attributes on the table, which made Yang Chen a little itchy but unable to vent. Wait, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. It seemed to be of the metal attribute. The bottle cap of the pure bottle medicine garden, the dome sword array, was of the metal attribute. It could be used to try it. In the dome hall, Wn Qian and her apprentices were still cultivating without sleep. For more than 10 years of alchemy, Yang Chen did not take care of them. Fortunately, the medicine garden has been full of spiritual power recently, so there was no need to worry about accidents. Even so, Yang Chen felt that something was wrong. He carefully moved them into the medicine garden, and then each of the 5 Jedan stage masters took a profound yang fruit on time. As for the Jedan stage master Wn Qian, now that there are so many 10,000 years spirit medicines in the medicine garden, some 1,000 years medicinal materials are not so important. The 1,000-year ginseng was also taken every other month. Chapter 4:18. Yang Chen tried many methods, but the active consciousness of Wn Qian and her apprentices has been completely destroyed by Yang Chen's bloody river. Although they have memories and can do things according to Yang Chen's instructions, they will not take the initiative to do it. Just like so many years of sleepless practice, just because of Yang Chen's instructions, so they spared no effort to cultivate. For such a long time, their cultivation base has actually grown. It seems to be more effective than when they were conscious. However, for the situation of Wen Qian and her apprentices, Yang Chen did not have the slightest sympathy and soft-hearted. They don't know how many people's lives have been destroyed by that memory search, and they only have themselves to blame for this end. In the soaring dome hall, there was nothing else except for the 49 flying swords hanging high in the dome that were still hovering. Yang Chen held the bottle cap in his hand, first prepared a large number of profound yang fruits, and then placed the black jade praying mat on the spiritual vein. After all the preparations were done, he began to explore the bottle cap with his mind. Yang Chen couldn't help but be cautious. The refining of the medicine garden at the time took a lot of effort. This time there were 49 advanced flying swords in the bottle cap. Although Yang Chen's cultivation base has been greatly improved, and his spiritual awareness has soared to the middle Yuanying stage, but he still had to be careful. The spiritual awareness imprint was already in the bottle cap. Yang Chen easily immersed his own spiritual awareness into the dome cap. After exploring it, the enlarged dome hall appeared out of thin air in his sea of consciousness. It must be said that the people in the medicinal refining garden were masters. Although the materials used were still somewhat lacking, the refining technique was very proficient and the whole structure was perfect. What Yang Chen needed to do was to refine it with the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. The last time the bottle was only refined with the first layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. He didn't know if the dome could have a higher level of refining. The seventh metal spirit power began to slowly enter the dome according to the requirements of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art, refining the dome hall. He didn't know if it was because of the improvement in his cultivation base, or perhaps it was because of the great increase in his spiritual awareness. This time, the refining of the first layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art was not too difficult. In just half a month, Yang Chen completed the refining of the first layer. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Chen felt that he still had some energy left, so he immediately began to refine the second layer. At the second level, the difficulty increased. The grade of the medicine garden itself was very high, it was simply used by a Yuanying stage master. With the strength of Yang Chen's foundation stage, the difficulty of refining it was really a bit high. However, with the support of sufficient and continuous spiritual power, coupled with Yang Chen's technique becoming more and more skillful, after spending 3 difficult months, Yang Chen finally completed the second refining of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. The spiritual power of the seventh metal true essence had penetrated deep into the dome. The original golden hall, from the inside to the outside, had some dark golden stars, and the spiritual power seemed to be more pure. The sword formation composed of 49 flying sword, Yang Chen has not yet been able to refine it, but the changes in the hall are enough to make Yang Chen happy. The structure was more stable, the spiritual power was more pure, and the protective ability could be seen with the naked eye. Since the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art could already be refined to the second layer, Yang Chen simply worked again, and the first layer of the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art was refined again. This time, the effect was more obvious, and the first layer of the Earth Fiend array had been vaguely arranged by those dark golden stars. If someone attacked again, the defense was all made of the seventh metal true essence, which was a bit more fierce. After completion, Yang Chen habitually used the Heaven and Earth Treasure raising secret art to maintain it once. When he looked at the dome cap again, it had changed its appearance. The cap was not very eye-catching. After he refined it, the color was more heterogeneous, and it was a lot darker. But the dark golden light that would occasionally flash for a long time made the whole cap look mysterious. Looking at the dome that had been refined by himself and not just marked with the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen suddenly looked forward to it. If someone could rush in and try the power, how good it would be. Unfortunately, if he could be attacked in the fierce sun courtyard, it would simply be a joke. The dome hall has completed the refining of the Heavenly Spirit second layer and the Earth Fiend first layer. Yang Chen simply took out the medicine garden and began to refine the Heavenly Spirit second layer and the Earth Fiend first layer. This time, Yang Chen used the spirit power of the fifth earth. The fifth earth layer in the medicine garden was deeper. This most original soil was simply the best foundation for the cultivation of all the elixirs. Just this sacrificial refining made all the medicinal herbs in it increase their age by dozens of years. Those newly transplanted elixirs were extremely firmly rooted, and there was no risk of death due to carelessness in the transplanting process. After doing all this, pinching his fingers, it was already more than 7 months. This retreat, together with the cultivation of the 7th metal true secret art plus the medicine refining garden and the dome, it took more than a year. Xiao Tian slept for a longer time this time, but after waking up, the shape had changed slightly. The body was a lot longer, but it was only a little longer. It had not become a dragon body, presumably it had not fully stimulated the blood of Yazi. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, Xiao Tian held the bright ray sword and licked it, and there had been significant changes. The most obvious point was that the blade seemed to have a layer of virtual edge, which was sharper than before. This was not the kind of sharpness of the 7th metal attribute, but the pure blood of Yazi to the flying sword. Of course, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. The Blood Phantom Vine 2nd Wood Flying Sword was also placed beside Yazi. Obviously, the 2nd Wood Flying Sword was more advanced than the Bright Ray Sword. Xiao Tian hugged it and never looked at the Bright Ray Sword again. It seemed that when he needed Xiao Tian to strengthen the sword in the future, he could only put away the more advanced flying sword. After such a long retreat, Yang Chen was also a little bored. He simply called his master and went to the surrounding market to stroll around, while relaxing, and to see what he would gain. Of course, the most important thing was to see how the shop of Shangguan Feng was doing. In the Qianqiu Pavilion, Gao Yu did not accompany him. Yang Chen walked all the way alone very comfortably, and he did not even have the interest of flying with the sword. However, outside the gate of the Chunyang Palace, when he arrived at the market of the Qianqiu Pavilion, Yang Chen seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little different. It seemed that someone was deliberately observing everyone in the market. And it was not one person, but a large number of people, at least 20 or 30. These people seemed to be rogue cultivators, but their cultivation base was not weak. The worst one was also in the middle stage of the foundation stage. Of course, it was not high, that is, the peak of the foundation stage. There was not even a master of the Jedan stage. They were scattered everywhere, some set up stalls, some bought things, but their eyes were always staring around. Chapter 419. The cultivators were used to using their spiritual consciousness to explore, so they were not very sensitive to this kind of seemingly unintentional gaze. Especially those who set up stalls. A small stall owner looking around for possible buyers was really not a big deal. However, Yang Chen just felt strange. Perhaps because his spiritual consciousness was too powerful, Yang Chen was able to capture some of the atmosphere that those people intentionally or unintentionally exuded. From the moment Yang Chen stepped into the Qianqiu Pavilion's market square, the gazes on him had not lessened. Needless to say, Yang Chen's reputation in Chunyang Palace, almost any disciple of Chunyang Palace could recognize Yang Chen at a glance. There were many disciples of Chunyang Palace coming and going, and countless people came up to greet him. After greeting his fellow disciples, Yang Chen was able to slowly stroll around the market square. However, even if he just greeted his fellow disciples, Yang Chen did not relax his attention on those people. From the moment Yang Chen entered the Qianqiu Pavilion's market square, a few people showed joy in their eyes. However, none of them behaved improperly. They all seemed to know their place and were doing what they were doing. Only a few people occasionally made eye contact with each other. No one used their spiritual consciousness, and these people were very cautious. Moreover, although they stared at Yang Chen, they did not have any malicious intent, let alone killing intent. This made Yang Chen feel a little relieved. Perhaps they had just heard of Yang Chen's name, and wanted to ask for medicinal pills or simply get to know him. It was not a big deal. Originally, because of the small shop in the Fierce Sun courtyard, the disciples of the sect rarely came to the Qianqiu Pavilion to buy things. Later, Shangguan Feng opened the shop here, and the Qianqiu Pavilion gained many disciples of Chunyang Palace. Along the way, there was nothing that made Yang Chen's eyes light up. Qianqiu Pavilion was originally a market square on the outskirts of Chunyang Palace. Basically, it was mainly for the use of qi refining disciples. Foundation establishment disciples were already relatively rare, so it was very normal that there were not many good things here. It was only after the establishment of Shangguan Feng's store that it attracted many cultivators in the foundation establishment realm. Those guys that Yang Chen felt that something was amiss would only occasionally raise their heads to glance at Yang Chen, then quickly look away and continue with their own business. Yang Chen ignored them. After strolling for a while, he walked straight into Feng's shop. The scale of the shop wasn't very big. It only covered an area of about 2 acres. It was divided into several halls, each of which served customers of different levels. Shangguan Feng had hired a few disciples from the sect to work as shop assistants. From clothing to knowledge, these shop assistants looked very professional. Of course, the shop assistants all knew Yang Chen. Immediately, someone invited Yang Chen to the back hall, where he met the head shopkeeper, Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng had just handed over the spirit stones and goods to a customer. Seeing Yang Chen come in, he signaled him to take a seat first. Then, after sending the customer away, Shangguan Feng came in again to talk. "Is it convenient to talk here?" Yang Chen asked casually. Shangguan Feng understood and immediately put his hand on an object. Instantly, more than 10 layers of restrictions rose instantly. "Done." Shangguan Feng nodded, indicating that Yang Chen could talk safely. Some people in the market square are very strange. Yang Chen didn't hide his impression of Shangguan Feng. He came out to relax, so he naturally had to ask when he saw someone suspicious. After all, this was Yang Chen's business. Those people were all foundation establishment experts, so he had to be careful. After Yang Chen pointed out those people one by one, Shangguan Feng immediately understood and began to introduce the origin of those people. To Yang Chen's surprise, those people weren't new here. They were old people who had been in Chenqiu Pavilion for several years. Especially after Shanghai Feng opened his shop, they were even more attentive. "Maybe I'm overthinking." Yang Chen shook his head. Those old people who had been here for several years and took care of a lot of business should be fine. It seemed that he was being too careful. In the past few years, the business was all managed by Shangguan Feng. Yang Chen only knew that the profits were amazing, but he didn't care much. Shangguan Feng was immersed in business, but his cultivation was improving step by step. Compared to the last time they met, his cultivation was more solid. He was born to be a person who was suitable for business. The market square was the place with the most rumors, and Yang Chen also consciously got some news from Shangguan Feng. What surprised Yang Chen was that the things between Yang Chen and Shashanshan had been spread by many people. Many young talents seemed to be dissatisfied with Shashanshan becoming Yang Chen's Dao companion, and they were looking for trouble with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was mentally prepared when the Green Jade Immortal Island revealed this matter. He would definitely become the target of public criticism. There was no way around it. Shashanshan was so good that people couldn't help but be jealous. Even if Yang Chen was now an alchemy master with unlimited potential, few young cultivators would feel that they were inferior to others. Knowing this, but hearing from the mouth of Shangguan Feng that there were many famous talents who said so, Yang Chen could only smile bitterly. Fortunately, Sun Qingxue hasn't said anything about her. Otherwise, it was estimated that Yang Chen would be attacked by people except in the Chunyang Palace in the future. Everything in the business was normal, and there was nothing that Yang Chen was interested in here, but after lingering in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion for a long time, Yang Chen planned to go back. Yang Chen decided to make a plan for himself after going back, at least to collect the materials of several kinds of flying sword, and then consider collecting the known true essence from everywhere, and with various spirit power, he would perfect the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art. Cultivation must be improved, but now there are a lot of 10,000 years elixirs, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being, as long as he followed the prescribed order. Moreover, Yang Chen was not very keen on this kind of external force to improve his cultivation base. This kind of improvement was always not as solid as his own cultivation. On the way back, Yang Chen still wanted to feel the taste of walking back. Although it was a few hundred miles away, it would take more than 10 days to walk slowly, but it could make Yang Chen relax appropriately, so that he wouldn't have to practice every day. He didn't know if he was influenced by Shashanshan. Yang Chen always wanted to drink some tea recently, but he always felt that it was not enough. It was better to drink wine to make people feel more comfortable. Unfortunately, Now Yang Chen didn't have any top-grade wine in his hands. It seemed that he had to make some good wine by himself. On the third evening of Yang Chen's return to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen was cooking tea with the profound spirit furnace in a sheltered place when he suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a little abnormal. A murderous aura began to slowly diffuse around, faintly targeting Yang Chen. "Which friend is coming? Please show yourself." Yang Chen didn't feel a strong killing intent, so he just raised his teacup and invited in that direction. Chapter 420. I just want to see, the future alchemist of the Pure Yang Palace, what kind of ability can get the favor of Fairy Sha. With a clear voice, a figure slowly came out of the woods over there. A few days ago, he heard from Shanghai Feng that many young cultivators were dissatisfied with him in the marketplace, and now one came out immediately. He was handsome and had a jade-like appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was an elegant young master. He found himself with a folding fan in his hand, but his eyes were staring coldly at Yang Chen. That faintly discernible killing intent came from his eyes. "There's no need for fellow Daoist to pay attention to me." Yang Chen smiled slightly. He was not interested in this kind of guy who was jealous for no reason, but he still did not forget his etiquette. He picked up the teacup and asked, "Would you like a cup?" "Mph, don't try to get close to me." The other side closed his folding fan, and his voice was still cold as he said, "Take out your flying sword. Let's compete and see who wins and who loses. Let's see who is more qualified to be Fairy Sha's Taoist companion." "I admit defeat." Yang Chen directly admitted defeat without thinking. He was a reincarnated person, a dignified almighty immortal. It was shameful enough to be jealous of a junior who seemed to be only in the foundation establishment stage. What's more, Yang Chen had always directly admitted defeat in this kind of meaningless challenge. "I admit defeat when it comes to learning from each other." This was Yang Chen's philosophy of life. The young talent, who was originally ready to fight, was shocked by Yang Chen's words. He had just put away his folding fan and confidently raised his flying sword, but the other side did not even make a move and directly admitted defeat. How could he, who was extremely arrogant, be willing to accept this? However, the other side had already admitted defeat. How could he continue to pester and disregard his image? How can you admit defeat? After a moment of sluggishness, the young talent directly shouted at Yang Chen, "How can the person that Fairy Sha likes be afraid before the battle? Are you worthy of Fairy Sha's favor? If you want him to fight, you have to fight to the death." A sudden voice suddenly interrupted. "Who is it?" The young prodigy was shocked. When did another person suddenly appear here? He actually didn't know about it at all. One could only imagine the level of this person's cultivation. "Who?" A golden seal the size of an 8-seater table abruptly smashed down from the sky with the sound of an intense wind. It smashed right into the young man's head. He had long been ready to spar with Yang Chen. The flying sword had always been in his hand. Without thinking, the handsome young man directly raised his flying sword and faced the golden seal in the air. To everyone's surprise, when the flying sword collided with the golden seal, it seemed to have no effect at all and was directly smashed down. However, the momentum of the golden seal didn't slow down at all. With a bang, the young man, together with the flying sword, was smashed into the ground. He didn't even have time to scream. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen held the teacup and drank slowly. His fingers didn't even tremble. It was as if the appearance of this expert was a matter of course, and he did not find it strange at all. The golden seal on the ground became smaller and flew into the sky. Yang Chen was still indifferently drinking his tea, and didn't even raise his head. "Good courage." A figure appeared in the sky on a flying sword. He slowly descended and landed 10 feet away from Yang Chen. He said in a cold voice, "No wonder you dare to challenge the auction house of Magic Flame Valley." Yang Chen had already seen the appearance of the other party. It was a cold middle-aged man with a calm murderous aura in his eyes. However, it was very well hidden, and almost didn't leak out. When the other party challenged the auction house of Magic Flame Valley, Yang Chen knew that this was the matter of the young master and the manager he had killed. Although there were not many people in the 100,000 mountains who knew Yang Chen, and it was unlikely that they would connect him with that matter, but after decades of continuous investigation, they finally found Yang Chen. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised. When he was in the 100,000 mountains, he understood that the background of the auction house was amazing, but Yang Chen did not carefully check who it was. His master was seriously injured. How could Yang Chen, who was angry, let go of the young master and the manager of the auction house? Even if the background was big, he would take their heads. Now that the other party came to the door, it was definitely not to negotiate. Yang Chen looked at the guy who appeared. It was actually a yuanying stage master. It seemed that in order to block Yang Chen, the other party also spent a lot of energy. Now thinking about it, those guys who felt something wrong in the market should be the people here. Those people were also patient. They knew that it was not good to be arrogant in the territory of Chunyang Palace. They just sent some people in the foundation stage to watch over there, just to find an opportunity for him to be alone. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort. Yang Chen finally put away the teacup slowly, but he was still sitting, without the slightest intention of standing up. 7 years ago, we had already found out that you did it, but we never had a chance. The cold man sneered. You have become more and more famous over the years, and my lord wants to see you. If you can satisfy my lord, the murder can be written off. The other party found out that it was Yang Chen who did it, but within the sphere of influence of Chunyang Palace, they did not dare to make trouble. This was a very normal thing. Now that the cold man actually said this, Yang Chen was a little surprised. The hatred of killing his son could be written off. Yang Chen asked himself if he was in his position, he could not do it at all. The other party obviously took a fancy to Yang Chen's talent in alchemy. It could be said that being able to say such words was enough to be evaluated as an ambitious person. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yang Chen sat on the ground and shook his head calmly. It doesn't matter. The cold man spoke equally calmly. My lord said that if you don't want to go, it's the same with your head. My head is very busy. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Yang Chen stared at the other party and still said unhurriedly. It's not up to you. The cold man smiled coldly. If you expect someone in Chunyang Palace to save you, then you don't have to hope. Within a radius of 300 miles, there is no living person. I'll give you another chance. My lord is thirsty for talents. If you go, there will definitely be benefits for you. A yuanying stage master is also such a wishy-washy person. Yang Chen scolded impatiently. Courting death. The cold man no longer talked nonsense and coldly dropped 2 words. With a move of his mind, the golden seal that had disappeared appeared in the air again. With the remaining power falling rapidly, it smashed towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen sat motionless, but when the golden seal was still a few feet away from Yang Chen, it suddenly hit a golden light and made a loud bang. Chapter 421. In the surprised eyes of the cold man, a dome hall shining with golden light appeared out of thin air, covering Yang Chen's whole body. The huge golden seal smashed directly into the domed hall, causing sparks to fly. However, the domed hall wasn't damaged in the slightest. H, relying on a protective magic weapon, you dare to be so arrogant. After discovering Yang Chen's reliance, the cold man sneered. His figure flew up and circled a few laps around the dome hall. Under the control of the cold man, the golden seal kept flying up and then slammed down heavily. But no matter how he hit, the dome hall seemed to be made of fine steel. It was motionless, and even a mark was not left. On the contrary, after a few consecutive wild smashes, there were traces of scratches on the golden seal. After discovering this, the cold man suddenly became distressed. His golden seal took a lot of time to refine. If it was damaged like this, it would not be worth the loss. Yang Chen drilled into such a tortoise shell, and the cold man could not find any suitable means to deal with Yang Chen for a while, and he had some headaches. He was a master of the yuanying stage, but he couldn't do anything to a foundation stage junior who had a magic weapon to protect himself. How could he endure this? The cold man in the 100,000 mountains was also a person of his word. Was he going to fall on this Maiqing mountain? Like a mouse pulling a tortoise, if there was no place to start, the cold man could only retreat. Yang Chen dared to be so sure that he must have informed the masters of Chunyang Palace. If he couldn't deal with Yang Chen in a short time, There was no other way but to withdraw. Acting wildly in a sect with a master of the Darching stage, even if this master of the Darching stage did not seem to have a good cultivation base, the Darching stage was the Darching stage, and it was not something that a Yuanying stage master could compete with. In particular, there were several Yuanying stage masters in Chunyang Palace. He was alone. It was impossible to be the opponent of the entire Chunyang Palace. Just as the cold-looking man was hesitating whether he should leave or not, he was pleasantly surprised to find a fatal flaw in the domed hall. The defensive capabilities of the main hall were sufficient, but the 4 doors of the main hall were all open, so one could enter at any time. No matter how powerful you are, you still have this fatal flaw. It seems that if God wants you to die, no one can stop you. The cold man laughed loudly. After shouting a few words, he directly rushed into the hall. Sigh. Yang Chen was sitting on the ground in the center of the hall. He seemed to be controlling the defenses of the entire hall with his mind. Seeing the cold man rushing in, Yang Chen shook his head regretfully and let out a long sigh. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. Instead, you barged into hell. You're courting death. You can't blame others. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. The cold-looking man sneered. Without stopping, he pounced on Yang Chen. His lord's order was to capture him alive as much as possible. If he couldn't, then he would bring his head to see him. Now that Yang Chen was sitting over there, it was a good opportunity to capture him alive. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Fellow Daoist, rest in peace. Yang Chen looked at the figure of the other party rushing out, a sarcastic smile flashed on his face, and he casually said his killing mantra. With the words of Yang Chen, the cold man also suddenly noticed that something was wrong. The golden seal that had been retracted instantly appeared in front of him, like a huge shield, blocking in front of him. Clang, a series of intensive collisions like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. On the golden seal of the cold man, there were countless gaps. At the same time, several flying swords also appeared behind the man, forcing the man to release a flying sword and block the attack of the flying sword behind him with great difficulty. 7 steps enchanting killing array. Fellow Daoist, if you can break this array, I will go with you. Yang Chen sat leisurely in the center of the hall, looking at the cold man who was frantically resisting the pervasive flying sword attack, and said loudly, however, if fellow Daoist can't break this array, then this day next year will be the anniversary of fellow Daoist's death. 49 flying swords, all of which were high-quality flying swords used by Yuanying stage masters. Under the complete sword array, the power was even more violent. The man trapped in the array, how could he still listen to Yang Chen's mocking voice? All the protective magic weapons were used together, and only then did he block the attack of the sword array, but even so, he was already at a loss. Now the man regretted it. How could he be blinded by lard and believe that the door left behind by such a powerful protective magic weapon was flawed? That was not a flaw, it was clearly a fatal trap. If he had known this earlier, he would have escaped in time. How could he be so embarrassed? Yang Chen was also secretly admiring. To be honest, the cold man was the one who persisted the longest under the 7 steps enchanting killing sword array in the dome hall. Of course, this was related to his cultivation base. In the past, the trapped guys were at most a Jedan stage master. The sword array composed of 49 Yuanying stage flying swords could not withstand an attack at all and they would die immediately. Now this guy was in the Yuanying stage, and he seemed to be in the late Yuanying stage. He was able to block this series of attacks. However, that was all. The protective magic treasures had all appeared, but including the huge golden seal, they were all riddled with scars. Various magic treasures were covered with various kinds of scars, and a few low-grade magic treasures were already on the verge of collapse. Just as Yang Chen sighed, a flying sword and an armor were shattered into pieces with a bang. Without 2 magic weapons to protect his body, the man was even more difficult to support himself. A moment of carelessness, a flying sword immediately found a gap and directly penetrated his arm. The severe pain made the man scream. With a slight distraction, the golden seal was pierced by a series of flying swords and directly turned into a huge sieve, full of holes. This golden seal was his beloved magic weapon, and it had even reached the realm of life source magic weapon. At this moment, most of it was suddenly destroyed by the flying sword, and the man's spiritual awareness was immediately injured. Under this situation, the man could no longer turn the tide. He only persisted for less than 5 breaths and the golden seal was broken into pieces by a dozen sword lights. There was no magic weapon around the man that could be as powerful as the golden seal. Despicable. The cold man knew that his time was up. He tried his best to resist a few times and shouted at Yang Chen. It's not as good as a master in the late Yuanying stage to deal with me, a junior in the foundation stage. Despicable. Yang Chen sneered. Rest in peace, senior. Chapter 422. In the desperate eyes of the cold man, the 49 flying swords were like a pack of wolves smelling the smell of blood, and they swarmed up. Before the cold man's body landed, it had been turned into dozens of pieces and fell to the ground. It seems that it is necessary to go to the 100,000 mountains again and solve this trouble. Yang Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and directly brought the 5 Jedan women who were cultivating in the medicine garden to the hall. With a thought, they began to clean up the mess and collect the spoils of war. Yang Chen himself began to consider the consequences of this matter. Since the other party came to the door and wanted to work for Yang Chen, they must have taken a fancy to Yang Chen's potential in alchemy. But now that Yang Chen killed this master of the late Yuanying stage, it was estimated that there was no room for reconciliation. Under the madness of the other party, they would definitely retaliate violently against Yang Chen and the people around Yang Chen. For Yang Chen himself, Yang Chen was not afraid, but Yang Chen was afraid of what would happen to Gaou. The last time Gaou was injured in the 100,000 mountains, if she was hurt again because of this matter, Yang Chen would never forgive himself. For now, the only thing he could do was to find them before the other party retaliated on a large scale. Anyway, those guys had hurt Gaou and they were not good things. At that time, Yang Chen was worried about Gaou's injury and did not eliminate the roots. Now it was time to end this matter. Other things could be postponed, but not this matter. Yang Chen immediately began to think about how to deal with these guys. Of course, the most important thing was to let the sect know about this and take precautions. This master of the late Yuanying stage did not have many good things on him. That golden seal must have been a quasi-life source magic weapon that had been immersed for many years. It was not a life source magic weapon, and it was very normal that its power could not be compared with the sword formation. However, the refining materials of the golden seal were very rare. The only pity was that this Yuanying stage master's refining level was really not very good. He could bully those young talents in the foundation stage, but it was still not enough for a real high-level magic weapon. Of course, the destroyed golden seal was confiscated, and all kinds of magic weapons and chenkuan bags on his body were not left at all. Even the flesh and blood of the corpse were not wasted. The plant of the blood demon vine was still very weak. The flesh and blood of the master was just right to make up for it. Although the effect was not very strong, it was better than nothing. People of the 100,000 mountains. The master of the palace patiently listened to Yang Chen's words and pondered. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Gather the elders. Tell them the whole story in detail. This time, the pure young palace may be coveted by a big force, and it was likely to be a bloody battle. The other party could firmly occupy the position of the overlord in the Yuanying for Av. All the elders were present, except for Wang Yong, who was in seclusion refining his natal flying sword. In sect, of sword sect of the sect of the palace of sect. In, and of elders of the elders, of palace. In addition to the elders, several hall masters and hall masters were also summoned. It was related to the safety of the Chunyang Palace, of course, it must be comprehensive. Yang Chen, you tell the ins and outs of the matter in detail. When the master of the palace saw that everyone was here, he did not delay much time and directly ordered Yang Chen. Yes, palace master. Yang Chen bowed and promised. After greeting the elders, he began to tell the whole story. He heard that Yang Chen had just reached the foundation stage 25 years ago. He took the 2 masters of the Hall of Eccentrics, Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo, to raise the Howie Villa of the 100,000 mountains, and also took over the auction house of the Magic Flame Valley and killed the person in charge and a young master. Even if the elders and the hall masters have been tempered by many major events recently, after listening to these experiences of Yang Chen, everyone still couldn't suppress their shock. One by one, they were stunned and looked at Yang Chen. Only Gui Shanyu, the old tree demon of the Hall of Eccentrics, was not surprised at all. This was what he had experienced, there was nothing to make a fuss about. The foundation stage, he killed the 4-peak Yuanying stage masters of Howie Villa, and also abducted a master of the Dacheng stage, Gui Shanyu, who was only in the early foundation stage. If he reached the Jedan stage and the Yuanying stage, what could he do? Shock was shock, but the things that Yang Chen said still had to be taken seriously. If the other party really failed to retaliate against Yang Chen, and changed to target the disciples of the Chunyang Palace, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Those guys in the 100,000 mountains were not a good master to provoke. Everyone pondered, no one spoke, they were considering and weighing. Hall Master Meng Xian of the Law Enforcement Hall looked at it and was the first to ask, "Are you sure you killed a master of the late Yuanying stage? What magic weapon did he use?" Meng Xian couldn't help but doubt it. Even if Yang Chen was very outstanding now, he was only in the late foundation stage, and he had just entered the late foundation stage. Even if this cultivation speed was already beyond the reach of many people, to say that Yang Chen killed a master of the late Yuanying stage by himself, Meng Xian still did not believe it. "Maybe you were panicking, so you mistook the opponent's cultivation base." It was Liang Xiaoming, the hall master of the Bright Moon Palace, who answered. During the period of reflection, Liang Xiaoming had already refined the flying sword that he planned to cultivate as his life source magic weapon. His cultivation base seemed to be stronger than before. Although he spoke slowly, it was full of doubts about Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not answer, and directly took out the golden seal that was full of holes and handed it to Meng Xian. Meng Xian took the golden seal and was immediately taken aback. He looked up at Yang Chen with some surprise, and then looked down at the broken golden seal. This golden seal was not something that could be refined by ordinary people, and not everyone could use it. This was different from the sword array in Yang Chen's dome hall. As long as the spiritual power of the medicine garden was sufficient, the sword array could be used all the time. This golden seal must be controlled by a master. Without the cultivation base of the Yuanying stage, it was impossible to drive it. After Meng Xian read it, he handed it to the head of the palace. After everyone looked at it one by one, their eyes changed a little. To be able to cut the golden seal into this state, how powerful was the flying sword on Yang Chen's body? This was the first time that Yang Chen showed part of his own strength in front of the elders and hall masters. Everyone looked at Yang Chen with a shocked look. Of course, there was another kind of look. The material of this golden seal, everyone had already seen it, was by no means an ordinary product. The golden seal was broken, that was because the level of refining was too poor, but the material was extremely precious. If this golden seal was given to someone, it was almost guaranteed that there would be a superb flying sword. Unfortunately, this golden seal was Yang Chen's trophy. Chapter 423. Many years ago, Chunyang Palace had a big discussion about the ownership of the disciples' gains. At that time, the conclusion was that the disciples' private items belonged to the disciples. This golden seal was Yang Chen's trophy, so it naturally belonged to Yang Chen. Even if others wanted to take it, it was impossible. The only way was to find another way to exchange or buy it from Yang Chen's hands. Compared with taking it by force, the latter two methods were simpler. After all, everyone in the sect knew that Yang Chen held a large number of resource industries in his hands. It was estimated that Yang Chen's spiritual root of the fire attribute would not care about a piece of metal refining material. This was a story for later. Now, the top management of the sect was going to discuss the Shiwen Mountains. Soon, everyone turned their attention from Yang Chen's killing of the Yuanying masters and began to discuss countermeasures. If the people of the Shiwen Mountains dare to openly declare war on Chunyang Palace, then we will fight them to the death. Lin Yunfeng was the first to speak, and it could be regarded as a statement. What's more, they attacked the disciples of our sect first, and the reason is not on their side. The disciples of our Chunyang Palace will not be bullied by outsiders at will. Although the people of Chunyang Palace were sometimes not very domineering, when it came to this kind of thing, most people's first thought was to protect the interests of the disciples of the sect. Even elder Lin Yunfeng, who had always disliked Yang Chen, was the same. It was their own fight, but outsiders could not bully the people of the sect. This is the truth. The people of the Shiwen Mountains first broke the rules of the auction house and attacked the disciples of our sect. Now they attacked the disciples of our sect in Maiqing Mountain. Do they think that there is no one in our Chunyang Palace? Immediately, an elder said in the same indignant tone. Right now, we still can't be sure what actions the 100,000 mountain range will take. If the entire sect is facing a formidable enemy, we will become a laughingstock for no reason. Another elder said, why don't we do anything for now and see what the other party's arrangement is like? Since Shiwen Mountain broke the rules, there will naturally be others to settle the score. In a short time, they will definitely not dare to attack Chunyang Palace on a large scale. This time, it was Xu Chengshan, an elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall whom Yang Chen was familiar with. Maiqing Mountain is not Shiwen Mountain. Other sect won't tolerate them coming to our territory to fight. There's no need to panic. They broke the rules and attacked our sect's disciples first, so we naturally can't let them off so easily. However, since Yang Chen has already killed the other party's leader and young master, then let's forget about this matter. Liang Xiaoming immediately said, but it's hard to say if they will send people to kill Yang Chen again. What do you mean? The master of the medicine hall was promoted to the Yuanying realm, and his confidence was greatly boosted. When he heard this, he immediately frowned. If he just wants to avenge his son and doesn't involve other people in the sect, how can we intervene? Liang Xiaoming looked up at Yang Chen, the only person standing here, and then turned to Zhu Chendao and said, if he insists that it's a personal grievance, it's not good for our sect to intervene. He attacked our sect's disciples first. If he wants two people's lives to make up for it, how can it be so easy? Zhu Chendao snorted coldly. This time, he sneaked into my Maiqing Mountain again. Is our Chunyang Palace a place where no one can come and go as he pleases? Of course, we can't let go of the people of Shiwen Mountain. As long as the opportunity is right, we will naturally teach them a lesson. Liang Xiaoming said righteously, and then turned his eyes to Yang Chen. But it's not the sect's intention to make enemies with Shiwen Mountain, right? Could it be that our Chunyang Palace's disciples are allowed to be bullied and plotted against by others? Yang Chen was furious, but before Yang Chen could speak, Zhu Chendao had already opened his mouth. What are you talking about? In the end, Gaou was targeted because she collected the materials for refining the flying sword for her disciples. Later, it was Yang Chen who provoked these troubles. Liang Xiaoming, of course, was targeting Yang Chen. He sneered and said, the private affairs of their master and disciple, the trouble they got involved with our sect. Even if our sect comes forward to take care of it, the culprit can't be easily let go, and the sect must punish him. Otherwise, everyone will go out and make trouble. Where are the rules of our sect? The sect helped Yang Chen and Gaou to bear the pressure from the outside, but they could not let go of the internal pressure easily. This was what Liang Xiaoming meant. Uncle Liang, master is looking for the materials for refining the flying sword. It is the order of the palace master. Yang Chen stood on the opposite side and said, the palace master personally rewarded a flying sword. Did Uncle Liang forget? To reward a foundation establishment disciple with a flying sword, do you have to use such high-level materials? Liang Xiaoming's face did not change, and he slowly said, the palace master did not say that he would reward such a high-level flying sword, right? Let Uncle Liang know. A faint smile appeared on Yang Chen's face, and he looked directly at Liang Xiaoming and asked, the palace master did not say that an advanced flying sword can't be rewarded. This was something that no one could refute. The palace master did say that he would reward Yang Chen with a flying sword, but in everyone's mind, they thought it was just an ordinary flying sword, as long as it was of the fire attribute. They did not expect that Gaou would work so hard for Yang Chen's flying sword. Liang Xiaoming could no longer go on. If he continued to pursue this issue, he would directly offend the head of the palace. In the past, the palace master was weak. Lin Yunfeng and several elders were on good terms, and they could almost influence the decisions of the palace master. But now, Wang Yongqiong appeared, and his cultivation base surpassed everyone. Then came Gui Shanyu, who was in the Dacheng stage. In addition to the series of actions of Yang Chen, the strength of the Chunyang Palace had greatly increased, and the prestige of the palace master was rising day by day. Even Lin Yunfeng did not dare to contradict him, let alone Liang Xiaobo. There is no need to discuss this matter again. The 100,000 mountains started first, the fault is on the other side. Sure enough, the head of the palace just glanced at Liang Xiaoming lightly and said this sentence: "It is the same for you. No matter who is attacked because of what they do, we will go to buy things in a well-behaved manner. If they make a move, then they are wrong." Liang Xiaoming naturally couldn't say anything more, but he stared at Yang Chen fiercely. The more famous Yang Chen's deeds were in these years, the more Liang Xiaoming hated him, and even couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson himself. However, today, he found that Yang Chen had killed a late Yuanying stage master alone, which made him a lot of fear. "Yang Chen, what is your way to deal with it?" The palace master made a conclusion and immediately turned to Yang Chen and asked. This disciple wants to know, if the behind-the-scenes forces of the 100,000 mountains fall, can my sect take over and control the 100,000 mountains? Yang Chen did not speak, but when he spoke, everyone was shocked. Chapter 424. Now everyone at the top of the Chunyang Palace knew that Yang Chen's disciple rarely talked nonsense. As long as he said it, almost 100% of it could be realized. But even so, suddenly hearing Yang Chen talk about controlling the 100,000 mountains behind the scenes, including Liang Xiaoming, they were all shocked. Liang Xiaoming had just been forcibly suppressed by the head of the palace. When he heard Yang Chen's words, he directly jumped up in shock. The 100,000 mountains, that was a famous dangerous place, where the Dao sects, demon sects, and monster cultivators were mixed. Even the Yuanying stage masters had to be cautious there. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that a powerful master like the old tree demon could be seen, the danger there could be seen. Such a dangerous place was almost controlled by the backstage of the auction house. Now Yang Chen suddenly said that if they fell, could Chunyang Palace control the 100,000 mountains? This was simply a child's play. Ridiculous. After Liang Xiaoming realized that he had jumped up alone, he immediately shouted at Yang Chen, as if he was reprimanding Yang Chen, and resolved his embarrassment arrogant. Although Liang Xiaoming's reprimand was very loud, and everyone knew that Liang Xiaoming had opinions on Yang Chen, but others did not feel that there was anything wrong with Liang Xiaoming this time. The 100,000 mountains was not an easy place to control. Even if the spiritual power was scarce, the products were so rich, but for so many years, no Dao sects had ever thought about it. Even the 5 Elements sect in Taishanmen was the same. Wasn't this enough to explain the problem? Not to mention anything else, this location alone was already very troublesome. It happened to be at the junction of the 3 territories of the Dao sects, demon sects, and the monster race, and it was far away from the sect. Any Yuanying stage master, without the fast magic weapon of Yang Chen and Wang Yong, would take 2 or 3 months to get there. Even if there was something, the masters of the sect might not be able to catch up. Moreover, with the complexity of the forces there, a few Yuanying stage masters would definitely not be able to control the scene. Howie Manor already had 4 peak stage nascent soul cultivators, but didn't they have to rely on the powerful background of the auction house and curry favor with the young master of the auction house to live so comfortably? With the original strength of the Chunyang Palace, there were only 8 Yuanying stage masters. Even if Gui Shanyu, the powerful master of the Dacheng stage, plus Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and Zhu Chendao, who was newly promoted to the Yuanying stage, a Dacheng stage, 11 Yuanying stage masters, it was estimated that they could only occupy a small corner of the 100,000 mountains. Don't even think about controlling the 100,000 mountains. Furthermore, this was only control. How could the backing of the auction house be destroyed so easily? Yang Chen's words were indeed a little confusing. You tell me, if you can control it, if you can't control it, then what? Palace Master Zhong Jiao pondered. Yang Chen would never shoot without a goal. He must have his reasons for saying this in front of the upper echelons of the sect. If we can control the situation, then our sect will control the 100,000 mountains behind the scenes, which is better than sharing it with others. Yang Chen smiled and said, if we can't, Then we have to lose some benefits and join forces with several other big sects. It was very clear that if they could do it, they would have to swallow the benefits. If they couldn't, they would find a few people together. However, the people in the 100,000 mountains had not yet been hurt. Yang Chen's words really made everyone puzzled. This was the truth, but even the head of the palace was lost in thought. There was a long silence in the hall, and Shu Chengxian asked, "Yang Chen, how are you going to deal with the people in the 100,000 mountains?" "Find a master and kill them." Yang Chen replied without thinking. It was another illusory answer, almost everyone thought so. The behind-the-scenes leader of the 100,000 mountains, it was not that no one had secretly studied it. It was impossible to suppress those demons and monsters in the 100,000 mountains without two masters in the middle darching stage. This was still the minimum condition. Just look at the stability of the 100,000 mountains for so many years, and there has never been a big sect to get involved. They knew that there might be more powerful people. Yang Chen actually wanted to find a master to kill them. It was simply a joke. Not to mention that the masters of the darching stage would not be easily killed, even if it was the same 2 or 3 masters of the darching stage. It was not an easy thing to chase a master of the same level who was determined to escape. In the weighing of the palace master Zhong Jiao and the others, perhaps Yang Chen had the opportunity to find a few masters of the darching stage. Gui Shanyu of the Chunyang Palace, the Black Tiger of the Beast Taming sect, and Elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect, these were all owed to Yang Chen. If they did it once, there should be no big problem. However, it would be extremely difficult to kill those experts. It was easy to get rid of them, but who knew if those people would come back after they were driven away? Yang Chen couldn't let all these masters of the darching stage sit in the 100,000 mountains, right? This was the place that made the palace master Zhong Jiao embarrassed. However, with so many people, it was not good to ask Yang Chen carefully, and he also knew that even if he asked, Yang Chen would not take the initiative to say it. With Liang Xiaoming, Yang Chen would never show his cards. For a time, the palace master Zhong Jiao also began to be a little irritated. Liang Xiaoming, this guy, knew how to fight for power and profit all day long. The last time he colluded with Helian Yun, it was the disciple of the Bright Moon Palace. Even a small Bright Moon Palace could not restrain him. It seemed that it was necessary to consider the new candidate for the Bright Moon Palace master. This was the second time that the palace master Zhong Jiao had this idea, but the palace master did not say anything. The spy hidden in the Chunyang Palace had not yet been found, and the palace master Zhong Jiao did not want to beat the grass and scare the snake at this time. When he thought that the Taishanman had actually arranged in his own sect for an unknown number of years, the palace master Zhong Jiao became angry. In the end, it was still the Chunyang Palace's strength that was lacking. If they had the strength of the 5 Elements sect, how could the Taishanman dare to be so blatant? Now Yang Chen's proposal seemed to give Chunyang Palace a chance to make friends with several big sects. What kind of friendship, brothers, marriage, what was more solid than the bond of interest? The palace master Zhong Jiao, who had a conclusion in his heart, looked at these people arguing without changing his expression, but in his mind, he began to conceive how to get enough chips in this big cake. Humph. Whimsical. Liang Xiaoming directly gave such a comment to Yang Chen's attack. Although many others did not speak, they all had the same thought in their hearts. If it was really so easy, could the 100,000 mountains stand for thousands of years? It's not whimsical. Just say if you can take down the 100,000 mountains, is it worth it to unite a few sects? Zhu Chendao firmly stood on the side of Yang Chen, ignoring Liang Xiaoming's words, and directly asked a question. Chapter 425. If we can really take it, of course, it's worth it. Shu Chengxian nodded without hesitation. This was actually the voice of everyone, even Liang Xiaoming agreed. Although the 100,000 mountains lacked spiritual power, it was rich in products. There were many precious resources, who did not look at it with envy. If they could take it, who did not know that there were many benefits? The question is whether we can take it. Liang Xiaoming immediately retorted, who? Rely on us. Plus the masters of other sects. How many masters of the darching stage can there be? Liang Xiaoming's words made the hearts of several elders move. Yang Chen's retreat was for the Black Tiger of the beast-taming sect. It was said that the Black Tiger said that he owed Yang Chen a favor. Plus Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect, plus Gui Shanyu, these were three masters of the Darching stage. Since the Black Tiger predecessor and elder Hua Wanting came out, naturally the sect behind them would not sit idly by. The Blue Cloud sect alone could not be underestimated. If these three sects were united, it seemed that there might be some opportunities. This disciple once got a pill recipe by chance. Yang Chen slowly said at this time by consuming some old materials, you can refine a medicinal pill called the Questioning Inner Heart Pill. Questioning Inner Heart Pill? Zhu Chendao was the master of the medicinal hall. He was the most enthusiastic about alchemy. When he heard that Yang Chen had a new medicinal pill, he couldn't wait to ask what kind of medicinal pill is this? What is its use? Not only Zhu Chendao, but everyone else also pricked up their ears and looked at Yang Chen. At this time, when he talked about the Questioning Inner Heart Pill, it was definitely not Yang Chen's nonsense. It must be related to the 100,000 mountains, and everyone could not help but pay attention to it. This Questioning Inner Heart Pill doesn't have much use. Yang Chen whetted everyone's appetite and said slowly at some critical moments, when there is confusion in the heart, taking the Questioning Inner Heart Pill can guarantee that it will not be invaded by the devil and will increase the chance of breaking through the bottleneck. Hiss. Yang Chen said it easily, but everyone who heard it, all of them took a breath of cold air. Invulnerable to external demons and direct to one's heart. How could such a thing be useless? If he took it when he was trying to ascend from the Yuanying stage to the Mahayana stage or the Mahayana stage, wouldn't he be able to greatly improve his realm? What's the biggest problem when trying to break through a bottleneck? Wasn't it just because his Dao heart was unstable and his heart demons invaded him? Is there such a good thing? The cost of this Questioning Inner Heart Pill is too high. It needs at least 10,000 years of spirit medicine. Yang Chen saw that everyone was in a sluggish state. After a while, when everyone had accepted it, he said again, although it is effective for those below the Darching stage, it is not worth it. To put it bluntly, this medicinal pill was for the masters of the Darching stage, specially used when breaking through. Speaking of it, it was almost the same level as the heaven-seizing pill. However, compared with the heaven-seizing pill, the scope of application of the Questioning Inner Heart Pill was much larger. At least there would not be a master below the Darching stage who could not withstand the medicinal power after taking it and explode to death. Of course, there were rich guys, such as Yang Chen, who could also take it when they were in the Foundation stage or the Jedan stage. But compared with the medicinal pills made by the 10,000 years spirit medicine, this cost was a bit too high, and it was by no means affordable for ordinary foundation building pills. Even the Yuanying stage masters would probably feel pain. However, for Yang Chen, this was not a big problem. Originally, the Questioning Inner Heart Pill was only remembered when Yang Chen and Shishanshan got those 10,000 years spirit medicine, and it could be used. This medicinal pill, how sure are you? The head of the palace asked the question that everyone wanted to know the most. If the raw materials are sufficient, this disciple has a 70% certainty. Yang Chen groaned and gave a number that everyone could accept. In fact, for Yang Chen, there was no problem at all with the medicinal materials. 10,000 years spirit medicine, it's not easy to handle. Zhu Chendao frowned. He had no doubt about Yang Chen's alchemy level. Up to now, when Zhu Chendao was alone in front of Yang Chen, he had a student's posture. Zhu Chendao's words were also the question that everyone thought at the same time. 1,000 years spirit medicine, everyone could think of a way to solve it, but the spirit medicine that was tens of thousands of years old was not so easy. When this disciple and fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island went out to practice some time ago, I happened to encounter a few suitable medicinal materials. Just when everyone was scratching their heads, Yang Chen then broke out an unbelievable piece of good news. There is no problem refining a furnace of Questioning Inner Heart Pills. Everyone's pupils seemed to shrink suddenly. No one asked how many there would be in a furnace of Questioning Inner Heart Pills, but looking at Yang Chen's appearance, it was definitely not one or two. If a Questioning Inner Heart Pill could be exchanged for a master of the Darching stage, didn't it mean that as long as Yang Chen used this furnace of Questioning Inner Heart Pills, he could exchange for a few or even more than a dozen masters of the Darching stage? More than a dozen masters of the Darching stage, if added to the few who already owed a favor to Yang Chen, almost half of the famous masters of the Darching stage in this sect had already been won over. With this kind of skill, not to mention the 100,000 mountains, even if they directly faced the Taishanmen, if they risked the lives of several masters of the Darching stage, they could destroy the Taishanmen sect. In this way, didn't it mean that those people in the 100,000 mountains were already in the bag? When this conclusion appeared in their minds, everyone's heart suddenly warmed up. In this way, it seemed that the question that Yang Chen asked at the beginning was not a hypothesis. After conquering the 100,000 mountains, could the pure Yang Palace swallow it? Everyone began to weigh this issue. Now it was no longer discussing feasibility, but really considering how to deal with the aftermath and how to take the huge benefits of the 100,000 mountains into their pocket. If the 100,000 mountains could be swallowed by the Chunyang Palace, then wouldn't Chunyang Palace make a fortune? As long as it was managed properly, everyone believed that in less than 100 years, Chunyang Palace could enter the ranks of the first-class sects. Everyone's heart began to beat rapidly. They were looking forward to the arrival of this moment. Looking at Yang Chen on the opposite side, everyone had a feeling of picking up a treasure. As soon as the questioning inner heart pill came out, the controversy of the heaven-seizing pill could all be put aside. As long as he firmly controlled this pill recipe and refining method, Yang Chen could simply walk sideways in this world. Whoever dared to offend Yang Chen meant that they had invisibly offended those masters of the Darching stage who might need the questioning inner heart pill, as well as those masters of other levels who had huge financial resources to pay the price of the questioning inner heart pill. At that time, Yang Chen would still have to worry about the problem of life and death. Even in Chunyang Palace, no one would dare to provoke him easily. Chapter 426. Fantasies were always beautiful, but when it came to the actual problem, everyone couldn't help but start to be disappointed. It had to be said that the foundation of Chunyang Palace was still poor. Even if the 100,000 mountains were taken down, it really couldn't be defended. This was the sorrow of a small sect, and everyone had to admit this. It seemed that there was only one way, that was to give up a part of the benefits here in exchange for several big sects to advance and retreat together. In fact, the 100,000 mountains was such a big benefit, even if it was replaced by any single big sect, there was no way to swallow it alone. After weighing this for a long time, everyone had a clear idea in their hearts. This also made everyone's mood a little better. Even those big sects couldn't do it, it was not a shameful thing that Chunyang Palace couldn't do it. After having this clear understanding, there were a lot of considerations when considering which sects to form an alliance with. Which sects could unite and which sects should refuse, this was the meaning of Chunyang Palace itself. Moreover, those sects that cooperated would definitely need to make a big effort. If they didn't contribute, how could they share the benefits? In this way, the pressure on Chunyang Palace was greatly reduced, at least a few more questioning inner heart pills could be left for the masters of the sect. At this moment, even Liang Xiaoming's eyes were shining. If the questioning inner heart pills refined by Yang Chen could be given to him, wouldn't he be able to break through the current bottleneck of the peak Jedan stage and enter the Yuanying stage? At this time, Yang Chen stopped talking, just stood quietly, watching the reaction of the high-level officials. This kind of thing, Yang Chen couldn't make the decision, it was up to the head of the palace and the elders to decide. The Green Jade Immortal Island has always had the intention of cooperating with our sect. This time, we might as well talk about it carefully. When an elder spoke, he looked at Yang Chen with a smile. Hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly. Shishanshan and Yang Chen became Dao companions. Many elders were happy to see it happen, so they could also get the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island. But now there was such a link of interest, it was not a bad idea to further cooperate. At that time, even if Yang Chen was not willing, he would not have a falling out with the Green Jade Immortal Island. The Blue Cloud sect can also consider it. This time, it was the head of the palace who spoke. Similarly, there was a little smile in the eyes of the head of the palace. Yang Chen knew that this was related to Sun Qingxue. However, he couldn't speak at this time. If he could solve the matter of the two women through this matter, it would be the best ending. In fact, from the moment of Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pills, the sea and the sky in front of everyone. Who to cooperate with and who not to cooperate with, it was up to the pure Yang Palace itself. Yang Chen, Yang sect is to be with. And sect, it be with. Was not to be with. To be to be to be to be. To be to cooperate. To be. To be. To be about it. The strength of the Taishanmen is strong, and they are fair. Should we also consider cooperating with the Taishanmen? Liang Xiaoming suggested after the head of the palace. For more than 10 years, the law enforcement hall had not found a traitor who colluded with the Taishanmen, which made Meng Xian very angry. Now that Liang Xiaoming actually said good things about the Taishanmen, how could Meng Xian not be angry in the matter of the desolate valley? Where did the Taishanmen show fairness? Could it be that sheltering your traitorous disciple is fair? This sentence made Liang Xiaoming speechless. He was selfish, but he did not expect that Hall Master Meng Xian would be so fiercely opposed. Not only Meng Xian, but even the head of the palace looked at Liang Xiaoming with a deep disgust in his eyes. Liang Xiaoming and some of the Taishanmen had a good personal relationship. This was well known to everyone, but if he wanted to lie with his eyes open on such an occasion, it would be a joke. On the contrary, the head of the palace and Meng Xian began to focus their suspicion on Liang Xiaoming. When investigating the traitor before, the two did not doubt Liang Xiaoming. However, later, both of them felt that with Liang Xiaoming's status as the master of the Bright Moon Palace, he could also be an elder of the Chunyang Palace in the future. What was the benefit of being inferior to the Taishanmen? Therefore, their doubts about Liang Xiaoming had weakened a lot. At most, they thought that he had a view of Yang Chen because of his disciple Chu Heng. Liang Xiaoming did it once last time. Now Liang Xiaoming even spared no effort to say good things about the Taishanmen, which was not a good sign. The focus of the investigation in the future would be biased towards Liang Xiaoming. In fact, he sheltered the traitorous disciple of the Chunyang Palace, connived with his disciples to attack Yang Chen, and also arranged a secret chess piece in the Chunyang Palace to secretly calculate. If the head of the palace could agree to cooperate with the Taishanmen, then it would be a ghost. The other elders did not know the twists and turns in this, but they intuitively agreed with Meng Xian's words. The Taishanmen's calculation of the Five Elements sect had already made several other major sects dissatisfied. If they were close to the Taishanmen, maybe the relationship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would be destroyed. In fact, there were two major sects, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. If the head of the palace was willing, he could pull in the Beast Taming sect, two first-class sects and two second-rate sects. He could completely control the situation in the 100,000 mountains. However, such a big benefit would definitely arouse the coveting of many people. Under the discussion of everyone, they also came to a conclusion that it was necessary to draw in a rogue cultivator alliance. In this way, it seemed that it had been properly arranged. Of course, the premise was to eliminate those people in the 100,000 mountains. The key was when Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill would come out. After the 100,000 mountains are in hand, there needs to be a constitution for the future management. This was the original words of the head of the palace how to divide the various sects, whether the previous demon cultivators and monster cultivators can accept it, whether the demon sects and monster cultivators will accept it. It is necessary for several allies to sit down and discuss. Everyone agreed with this point. In the end, when was it time to talk to these sects in detail? The key to the final question was still focused on Yang Chen. It seems that Yang Chen, you have to work hard again to refine the questioning inner heart pill. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen and smiled slightly. Since the medicinal materials are complete, how long does it take to refine the pill? If there is the help of Uncle Zhu, Yang Chen roughly estimated 2 years is enough. This is not a difficult pill to refine. Good. The head of the palace didn't even think about it. You can refine the pill with peace of mind. I know that you need fire seeds for cultivation. From tomorrow onwards, the sect will send people out to collect fire seeds for you. The sect contribution will be increased by 100,000. The sect secret pavilion will allow you to enter again. If there are any other needs, you can just mention it, as long as you refine the questioning inner heart pill within 2 years. Chapter 427. Wait. Yang Chen was about to agree, but Liang Xiaoming shouted from the side. Everyone turned their heads strangely, and Liang Xiaoming asked, the questioning inner heart pill refined by Yang Chen, is it Yang Chen's, or the sect's? The material is Yang Chen's, the refining is Yang Chen's, the medicinal pill is naturally Yang Chen's. Zhu Chendao glanced at Liang Xiaoming and asked strangely, does Hall Master Liang think that it should be the sect? With so many rewards from my sect, it is naturally considered as the sect. Liang Xiaoming certainly did not want to regard the questioning inner heart pill as Yang Chen's. If it was the sect's, with his identity, he still had a chance to get one. Maybe he could rely on a medicinal pill to step into the Yuanying stage. He couldn't help but play this small calculation. The benefits of the 100,000 mountains, is it not worth the rewards of these sect? Zhu Chendao sneered. Liang Xiaoming's wishful thinking, how could he not think of it? I don't know how many can be refined, what's the point of fighting for these at this time? The head of the palace was solemn, he glanced at Liang Xiaoming, and then said, a questioning inner heart pill. It is estimated that it is difficult to invite a master of the Daching stage to deal with the background of the 100,000 mountains. We need to use at least 5 masters, 2 pills for each person, 10 pills are enough. Yang Chen, you carefully refine the pill, the extra, you keep it for yourself. It was justifiable to requisition 10 questioning inner heart pills from Yang Chen, but Yang Chen had no reluctance. This was the way he proposed. To a large extent, it was also to solve Yang Chen's own troubles. This disciple obeys. Yang Chen loudly accepted the order and was about to leave. He glanced at Liang Xiaoming and suddenly said, the safety of this disciple's master, I ask the head of the palace to arrange it. Rest assured. Palace Master Zhong Jiao nodded and promised, Senior Brother Wang will also come out in the near future. I will arrange for your master to go to Senior Brother Wang's retreat. Shi Kuei and Xie Shou of the Hall of Eccentrics will be responsible for the protection. You can focus on alchemy. Since the other party had sought out Yang Chen, of course, he knew that Yang Chen valued Jiaoyu the most. This was no secret in Chunyang Palace. Everyone knew that sometimes when someone said something bad about Yang Chen would just laugh it off at most, but if someone dared to say something bad about Jiaoyu, Yang Chen would chase them for thousands of miles. Moreover, Jiaoyu herself was also a person involved in the incident of the Shiwen Mountains. It was not guaranteed that those guys would also retaliate, so Yang Chen's worries were not groundless. The palace master also considered this point and made such an arrangement. The words of the palace master made Liang Xiaoming's idea of getting the questioning inner heart pill directly fail, but no one could say half a word. Everything was Yang Chen's idea. The raw materials were Yang Chen's, and the refining was also Yang Chen's. The sect took 10 questioning inner heart pills, which was already a big bargain. What's more, the sect still had the benefits of the Shiwen Mountains. Such a big event, even if it was the Chunyang Palace, it was necessary to prepare in advance, manpower, resources, allies, and other aspects. Although Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pill had not yet begun to be refined, some greetings had to be made vaguely, lest some allies of the sect's masters could not get away or retreat. In short, everything was arranged after Yang Chen's alchemy was completed. Everyone began to get busy, and the sect of Chunyang Palace directly put up a task, using the contribution of the major sect in exchange for various levels of fire seeds. The rewards were so rich that countless people were tempted. As long as it was a fire cultivator, they could use fire seeds. But not all fire cultivators had good luck and could find a flame at the level of the true sunfire. Even Yang Chen's master Jiaoyu only had a kind of purple heart fire, which was 1 level higher than Yang Chen's earth fire. Most people had first and second grade fire seeds that were not even as good as the earth fire. Yang Chen needed fire seeds, not because Yang Chen mentioned it to the palace master, but because of Zhu Chendao. Since Zhu Chendao discovered that Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace could absorb various kinds of fire seeds and could improve its grade, he had put it in his heart. No wonder Yang Chen said before that if he wanted his pill recipe, he could exchange it with fire seeds. This profound spirit furnace was originally obtained by Zhu Chendao by chance and was later awarded to Yang Chen. Zhu Chendao had He Lianyun's pill furnace in his hand and was not jealous of Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace. Instead, he mentioned it to the palace master once. This time, the palace master also took the opportunity to seek some benefits for young Chen. He was generous and the sect's contribution was not spilled, which made all the disciples salivate. Those who had fire seeds in their hands that they could not use, all of them immediately took the fire seeds to the sect to exchange for the sect's contribution. These contribution points were exchanged for spirit stones or other items provided by the sect, which was almost double the value of the pure fire seeds. Even if they exchanged the fire seeds for the contribution points first, they could still collect some of the same fire seeds at the market price in the future. It was just a waste of time. The sect collected the flames, but the faster the contribution, everyone had the same idea. In just 10 days, they had received more than 50 kinds of first-grade fire seeds, and there were more than 20 kinds of second-grade fire seeds. When Yang Chen and Zhu Chendao entered Yang Chen's own alchemy room again, Zhu Chendao brought the fire seeds collected this time. Adding up to almost 80 kinds of fire seeds, it made Yang Chen almost happy to burst into laughter. If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Yang Chen was not polite and immediately began to use the profound spirit furnace to absorb the flames. The profound spirit furnace, which was already a high-level magic weapon, had no pressure to absorb the flames of the sun true fire and the moon true fire, not to mention these low-level fire seeds. The absorption speed was very fast. 3 kinds of first-grade fire seeds a day, or 2 kinds of second-grade fire seeds, in just 1 month, Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace completely absorbed more than 80 kinds of flames. Speaking of it, there were already several high-level flames in the profound spirit furnace, but there were almost no low-level flames. With such a large number of low-level flames, although each of them did not have the immediate effect of improving the grade like the sun true fire and moon true fire, but dozens of them had also improved the grade by 1 level. The cyan crystal profound gold was also easily refined by Yang Chen this time and filled into the profound spirit furnace. In 1 month, the profound spirit furnace was once again reborn. Not only was the grade improved, but after the integration of part of the cyan crystal profound gold, the structure of the profound spirit furnace was more stable, and the ability to withstand various flames was greatly improved. Because there were many more flames that could be controlled in the profound spirit furnace, the process of alchemy was more convenient to grasp the various fires, which was the real benefit. Yang Chen held the profound spirit furnace, and the opportunity was already in his hands. After the maintenance of the universe treasure-raising secret art, Yang Chen finally cooperated with Zhu Chendao again and began to refine the questioning inner heart pill. Chapter 428. This time, it was still Zhu Chendao's disciple, the former servant of Yang Chen, He Lian, to serve. However, the difference from the last time was that from beginning to end, Zhu Chendao and He Lian were just spectators. The refining of the materials of the questioning inner heart pill and the refining of the medicinal pills were all done by Yang Chen alone. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen let Zhu Chendao and He Lian learn as much as possible when he was alchemy. Although Zhu Chendao was already a master of the Yuanying stage, he did not dare to say that he surpassed Yang Chen in the way of alchemy. He watched honestly, for fear of missing a little. As for He Lian, she was originally a servant of Yang Chen. Whether it was cultivation or fire control alchemy, she was not as good as Yang Chen. Yang Chen helped her like this. Of course, she knew what was good and bad. She served her master and Yang Chen very well and did not dare to have the slightest neglect. The questioning inner heart pill required more than a dozen kinds of raw materials that were 10,000 years old. These were all in the valley left by the howling celestial dog. When Yang Chen took out the freshly picked medicinal materials, even Zhu Chendao could not help but fall into a fanaticism. As an alchemy master, how many opportunities did he have to see the spirit medicine that was more than 10,000 years old with his own eyes, and it was such a pile at a time? When Yang Chen was preparing, Zhu Chendao patiently explained the appraisal of medicinal materials to He Lian, and at the same time, he also came into contact with these rare medicinal materials with his own eyes. Yang Chen first used the earth core fire to refine all the medicinal materials. The medicinal materials that were more than 10,000 years old, the spiritual power was enough to make people dumbfounded. Not to mention anything else, just the profound spirit furnace was repeatedly influenced by this large piece of medicinal qi, and it changed color out of thin air. From that kind of pale blue to some light green, it was amazing. It was just the spiritual power that overflowed from the refining, which made He Lian somewhat unbearable. She had to avoid it far away, and the situation of the blood and qi in her whole body eased down. Officially starting the refining, Yang Chen's fire control technique once again surprised Zhu Chendao. His eyes stared at the flame in the profound spirit furnace, and he could not move away. This time, Yang Chen used the method of controlling the fire like earth and controlling the fire like wood. The questioning inner heart pill was about making people's heart as still as water, pointing directly to the heart and not being attacked by external demons. Naturally, the most quiet of the 5 elements, the earth and wood, was the most suitable. However, even though he was a dual cultivator of earth and wood, his origin was still fire. At the bottom of the profound spirit furnace, there was a flame as tight as the earth. It was composed of the combination of the earth fire and the ice flame. The medicinal liquid refined by the earth fire was spread on the top. Under the action of the 2 flames, it was like a magma that had just melted, slowly softening and flowing. A miniature body tree transformed from the dark wood flame pierced through the medicinal liquid, taking root in the earth flame and the ice flame. The medicinal liquid close to the trunk of this flame body tree was slightly boiling, and the firepower was passed to other parts little by little. Under the body tree was the most suitable place for people to meditate and cultivate. Under this kind of tree, one could safely meditate and at the same time, the mood was calm. The dark wood flame transformed into a body tree, but it took this zen and integrated it into the questioning inner heart pill, which was just in line with the medicinal properties of the questioning inner heart pill. Of course, it was not that the dark wood flame transformed into a body tree could achieve such an effect. The key was that the subtle flame of the dark wood flame, when boiling the surrounding medicinal liquid, also engraved a tiny calming array directly in the medicinal liquid of the medicinal elixir. Every single drop of the medicinal liquid contained the tiniest of mind-calming arrays. This was the most fundamental reason. The dark wood flame could only make the small circle of medicinal liquid around the trunk boil at a time, but it could not make all the medicinal liquid feel the firepower. This required Yang Chen's precise control, little by controlling the other 2 flames, so that all the medicinal liquid was baptized by the dark wood flame. This process alone would take at least a year. The questioning inner heart pill could make people invulnerable to foreign devils, relying on this body zen. In the same way, the coldness brought by the ice flame could also keep people awake at all times, which was the reason for pointing directly to the heart. Naturally, the ice flame also had the use of the ice flame, which was also a formation composed of extremely fine flames. However, relying on the effect of the formation alone was not enough to support the function of the questioning inner heart pill. The real key role was the medicinal power of these 10,000-year-old medicinal materials under the mutual assistance of the monarch and minister. Otherwise, those masters of the Daching stage could also set up the formation. Wouldn't it be easy to achieve the effect of the questioning inner heart pill? In the end, the huge and continuous supply of spiritual power was the root of everything. The medicinal power of the monarch and minister, coupled with a combination of various factors, had achieved the questioning inner heart pill's reputation. It was precisely because Yang Chen had absorbed the ice flame and the dark wood flame last time that he had such great confidence in refining the questioning inner heart pill. Even if Zhu Chendao watched Yang Chen refining the questioning inner heart pill from beginning to end, it was not so easy for him to do it again. Not to mention that the raw materials were difficult to find, such a superb technique of controlling the fire was not something that Zhu Chendao could reproduce. The whole refining process, Zhu Chendao could only describe it as amazing. Yang Chen's current technique of controlling the fire simply made him not know how to describe it. Now Zhu Chendao and He Lian only believed in one thing: as long as they followed the path of controlling the fire that Yang Chen had taught them before, the road ahead was far from the end. There would no longer be a situation where Zhu Chendao thought that his Jedan stage was already an insurmountable peak a long time ago. A year's time was only enough for Yang Chen to add enough formations to those medicinal liquids. For the rest of the time, Yang Chen still needed to complete the final refining of the questioning inner heart pill. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Yang Chen did not use a high-level flame, but one of the first-grade fire seeds that happened to be collected this time. The low-key and restrained flames allowed the final step to be calm, yet it still maintained a strong heat from beginning to end. Originally, Yang Chen thought that he had to use the jade phosphorus fire to do this, but now with these low-level flames, it was more suitable and the success rate of the medicinal pill was higher. Finally, after 10 months, Yang Chen began the final steps of collecting the pills. The dazzling method of collecting the pills, Zhu Chendao could barely understand a little bit. He Lian was purely caught in the fog and did not understand why Yang Chen's techniques were used. However, at this critical moment of collecting the pills, no one dared to disturb Yang Chen easily. Both of them looked at Yang Chen carefully and waited until Yang Chen completed all the movements and collected the flames. In the profound spirit furnace, a shining light with the thickness of a bucket was suddenly shot out. The dazzling beam of light directly broke the roof and rushed straight to the sky. The spiritual energy in the fierce sun courtyard seemed to be suddenly attracted by something, and it madly concentrated on the side of the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 429. The huge movement directly alarmed everyone in Maiqing Mountain. The beam of light that went straight to the sky was hundreds of miles high, and within 1,000 miles, it could be seen clearly. The spiritual power fluctuations were extremely violent, but to everyone's surprise, such a huge spiritual power seemed to be suppressed by a terrifying force, calmly but massively rushing to the place where the beam of light appeared. The people in the fierce sun courtyard had already been alarmed, and even the main hall of Chunyang Palace had dozens of figures flying up. In less than a moment, the head of the palace and several elders had already arrived at the fierce sun courtyard. The beam of light lasted for a long time, and in the night sky, it was unusually eye-catching. Almost everyone present was an expert. Everyone could feel the huge and calm spiritual power, but no one made any further moves. Everyone knew that this was the final stage of Yang Chen's refining of the questioning inner heart pill. It was not very clear whether it was successful or not, but if nothing else, just the fact that the medicinal pill could absorb the spiritual power so calmly had already explained many problems. This questioning inner heart pill really deserved its reputation. This situation lasted for an hour, and the shining beam of light slowly dissipated, and the spiritual power of the fierce sun courtyard finally returned to normal. Then, everyone heard the laughter of Yang Chen, Zhu Chendao, and He Lian. The head of the palace and the others outside were relieved. It seemed that the refining of the questioning inner heart pill was successful. They just didn't know how many pills were produced this time. Such a movement, Yang Chen knew that it would definitely alarm many people, so he did not stay in his own pill room for long, and soon walked out with Zhu Chendao and He Lian. Seeing the head of the palace, the three immediately saluted. The head of the palace smiled and nodded back, then stopped Zhu Chendao's attempt to speak, and took them to the fierce sun courtyard's meeting hall, along with several elders. After laying down the restriction, the head of the palace asked, how many pills were refined in this furnace? In fact, not only the head of the palace, the other elders also wanted to know this question, but because there were too many people, they didn't ask. This was also the reason for stopping Zhu Chendao. Fortunately, there are 15 pills, Yang Chen replied with a smile. Zhu Chendao nodded vigorously at the side. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that there were 15 of them. As long as there were more than 10, according to the original plan, they could find 5 masters of the Darching stage. In this way, they would have more confidence in dealing with the 100,000 mountains. In the past 2 years of Yang Chen's alchemy, no one knew whether it was because the Yuanying master was killed that made Shiwen Mountain afraid, or because Chunyang Palace was secretly looking for the secret backer of Shiwen Mountain to clear up a large number of disciples who had disappeared in Shiwen Mountain in the past, making them unable to take care of themselves. In short, for Chunyang Palace, Shiwen Mountain did not have much action. With these questioning inner heart pills, the things that had been agreed upon with several sects could also enter the next stage. However, one thing that made everyone wonder was whether this questioning inner heart pill had the effect that Yang Chen said. The promise of 2 questioning inner heart pills to each master of the Darching stage was actually based on this consideration. One was to let the other party verify the efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill. For these masters of the Darching stage, hearsay was never as real as feeling the efficacy in person. These were all taken care of by the head of the palace. The jade bottle with 10 questioning inner heart pills was handed over to the head of the palace, but everyone's eyes were still looking at Yang Chen. It seemed that they all wanted to know how Yang Chen would deal with the remaining 5 questioning inner heart pills. There was no way. Yang Chen's description was really tempting, and most of the elders had actually been troubled in the yuanying stage for too long. The emergence of the questioning inner heart pill made everyone see a glimmer of light. How could Yang Chen not guess the thoughts of the elders? He smiled slightly and said the materials of this questioning inner heart pill are still enough for this disciple to refine a furnace. The elders can't use it for the time being. After a few decades, when the elders break through the yuanying stage bottleneck and feel that it is needed, this disciple will refine it again. These words were appropriate, and the group of elders immediately felt that it was very useful. But Yang Chen immediately continued, however, this raw material is too precious. Elders, when breaking through the yuanying stage, don't waste the medicinal power of the questioning inner heart pill. Is it feasible? What kind of problem was this? The questioning inner heart pill was so precious. Using it to break through the yuanying stage bottleneck was already a bit of a waste. Who would be willing to waste it on the bottleneck of the Jedan stage? Moreover, the elders were already masters of the yuanying stage. They could point out those disciples who couldn't break through the Jedan stage. There was no need to waste the questioning inner heart pill. No one objected to this proposal, and they all nodded silently. The head of the palace also asked this next batch of medicinal pills, "Are you going to dedicate it to the sect?" "Exactly." Yang Chen nodded. However, for the time being, no one in the sect can use it, and this disciple's cultivation base is not enough. Refining a furnace wastes a lot of raw materials. After 30 years, this disciple will open another furnace. It is estimated that I can get more than now. Although Yang Chen's refining technique was superb, his cultivation base limited Yang Chen. This point, everyone understood. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this time he wanted to completely solve the problem of the 100,000 mountains, this questioning inner heart pill Yang Chen would never easily take it out. This is your thing. If you take it out, how do you want the sect to reward you? The head of the palace got the promise of Yang Chen. Naturally, he was happy and immediately talked about the reward. This disciple doesn't ask for anything else. I have 2 requirements. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who selflessly contributed to the sect. Unless the head of the sect was his master, it might be possible. He immediately made a request first. I also ask the sect to continue to purchase the fire seeds that this disciple doesn't have, but in the future, if there is something in the 100,000 mountains that the disciple likes, the disciple can buy it at the market price. These 2 conditions were not a big problem. To buy the fire seeds, as long as the sect issued a task, it would be very simple. However, the latter condition was a bit troublesome. After all, the 100,000 mountains would be jointly controlled by several sects in the future. If he wanted to have priority in things, he would have to agree to some other conditions. However, compared with a furnace of questioning inner heart pills, these conditions were really nothing. Yang Chen's purchase was limited, and it was still according to the market price. It was not a strong demand. If even this couldn't be done, then the Chunyang Palace didn't have to compete for the 100,000 mountains. Good. The head of the palace didn't even need the consent of the elders and directly nodded to agree to Yang Chen's request. What a joke! It would be strange if the elders didn't agree to it. Although everyone agreed very happily, everyone knew that the condition that Yang Chen had just made was simply to prevent some people from thinking about the questioning inner heart pills. Chapter 430. When Liang Xiaoming, the master of the Bright Moon Palace, heard about the questioning inner heart pill, he asked who owned those questioning inner heart pills. Almost without asking, he knew what his intention was. However, Yang Chen agreed with everyone that the questioning inner heart pill could not be used by disciples in the Jedan stage. It was impossible for Liang Xiaoming to rely on the questioning inner heart pill to jump over the bottleneck of the Jedan stage. Even the head of the palace secretly sighed in his heart. Yang Chen was good at everything, but the people of the Bright Moon Palace were not pleasing to the eye. Of course, it was also related to the previous disciple Chu Heng. If he knew this, he would not have let Chu Heng continue to be a disciple, and it would be better than the current situation. Fortunately, None of the elders would pursue this matter, not even Liang Xiaoming's master, Lin Yunfeng. If they really let Liang Xiaoming use the questioning inner heart pill, it was estimated that Lin Yunfeng himself would be reluctant. The medicinal pills that could help the masters of the Daching stage to cross the tribulation were wasted on the Jedan stage. It was really a waste of talent. The elders happily went to work. With the guarantee of Yang Chen, almost everyone could be said to be full of confidence, and they had a stronger expectation of breaking through the Yuanying stage. This situation was the same as when Wang Yong got the heaven-seizing pill. The confidence of the foundation was an important medium for the cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. It was conceivable that when these elders' cultivation base was inflated, their confidence was inflated, and after the 100,000 mountains were also taken down, the power of Chunyang Palace would expand, which would also bring more confidence to Chunyang Palace, and Chunyang Palace would become more and more powerful. Naturally, the more resources there were, the faster the development of the sect, and the greater the power of the sect, the more resources they would occupy. This was a process of mutual promotion. Unconsciously, Yang Chen had let Chunyang Palace embark on a completely different path from his previous life. After the elders dispersed, Yang Chen asked to see the head of the palace alone. What made the head of the palace very surprised was that Yang Chen directly sent a questioning inner heart pill, indicating that it was for the head of the palace. Last time, Yang Chen told the head of the palace that he was advised to find a dual cultivation companion, which could speed up the speed of cultivation and also improve the realm of cultivation. This time, he directly sent a questioning inner heart pill. With the care of the head of the palace to Yang Chen was willing to give a questioning inner heart pill. Moreover, he came this time, in addition to filial piety to the head of the palace, there was one more thing, that was to report his own opinions on the handling of the remaining 5 questioning inner heart pills. Although everyone has the guarantee that Yang Chen will open another batch of questioning inner heart pills after 30 years, it does not guarantee that people will be more worried. In addition to these, Yang Chen knew that Liang Xiaoming definitely wanted to find a way to get a questioning inner heart pill from his hands. Of course, he would not let Liang Xiaoming succeed. 5 questioning inner heart pills, Yang Chen filial piety to the head of the palace, and the remaining one was intended to be filial piety to his master ancestor Wang Yong. These 2 people, one was the head of Chunyang Palace and the other was Yang Chen's master ancestor. No matter from which aspect, Yang Chen's filial piety to the 2 of them could afford it. Moreover, not many people dared to take ideas from them. For the remaining 3, Yang Chen also arranged their whereabouts. This time, it was definitely necessary to trouble the Black Tiger predecessor and elder Huang Wanting. Although they owed Yang Chen a favor, after all, he was asking them to deal with a master of the Daching stage, so it was not good to open their mouths. A questioning inner heart pill, to express their gratitude, compared with the treatment of 2 questioning inner heart pills for other masters of the Daching stage, it was also considered an explanation. As for the last one, it was naturally reserved for the master of the Daching stage in Chunyang Palace, the old tree demon Gui Shanyu. He was also the main force of the battle, and Yang Chen had long said that he would help him ascend. A questioning inner heart pill could make the old tree demon's cultivation base more refined, which was even more beneficial to Chunyang Palace. In this way, the head of the palace had no opinion at all. It was Yang Chen's own thing. How to deal with it was Yang Chen's own business. What's more, Yang Chen also filial piety to himself. The remaining 2 were Wang Yong and the old tree demon, which were the benefits of Chunyang Palace themselves. The only 2 were given to outsiders, and it was also to make Chunyang Palace have a better reputation. How could the head of the palace not be satisfied? The reason why he did not mention it when the elders were present was that he was afraid that those people would have any selfish intentions in their hearts and obstruct them. Now that the head of the palace nodded, he would naturally talk to those elders, and Yang Chen would not become the object of having a questioning inner heart pill in his hands. It was not something that Yang Chen could decide. After dealing with the things in his hands, Yang Chen began to absorb and refine the newly obtained fire seeds while waiting for the sect to negotiate with other sects. The 1st and 2nd grade fire seeds were not only not difficult for the profound spirit furnace, but also for Yang Chen himself, there was no difficulty. After several kinds of flames, There was no pressure at all to integrate these low-level flames. Now Yang Chen's situation was that the fourth fire was strong and the third fire was weak. However, in the low-level flames, the third fire was stronger than the fourth fire. After the complete absorption and fusion, this imbalance would change slightly and tend to be consistent. However, after all, there were two kinds of fire seeds in the third grade, and the final result was still the fourth fire. This was certain. Gaou was waiting on Wang Yong's side, and Yang Chen did not disturb him. He greeted the old tree demon, and Yang Chen directly placed the profound spirit furnace in the alchemy room that was broken by the light of the furnace. He sat on the black jade futon and began the process of absorption and fusion. Starting from the first grade fire seed, the profound spirit furnace stably preserved different fire seeds, one by one, and a trace entered Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen would absorb and fuse them with the third fire spirit power and the fourth fire spirit power according to the different attributes of the fire seeds. The grade of the flame was not high, and the time it took for Yang Chen to fuse each flame was not very long. The first grade flame could be fused in less than 10 days. With each fusion, Yang Chen's original flame intensity would increase by a point, and his spiritual power would become more powerful. More than 50 kinds of first grade flames were all absorbed, but whether it was the third fire spirit power or the fourth fire spirit power, they were only constantly changing in quantity, but they did not reach the point where Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base could be improved. The real qualitative change was after the absorption of those second-grade fire seeds. The third fire spirit power directly broke through two small levels, from the foundation stage 5th layer to the foundation stage 7th layer. The fourth fire spirit power also improved again from the foundation stage 7th layer and entered the realm of the foundation stage 8th layer. The continuous improvement of the fire attribute spirit power also led to the chain improvement of other attributes of spirit power. Originally, other spiritual powers stayed in the realm of the foundation stage 4th layer, but after this time, all of them advanced by leaps and bounds, and collectively stepped into the realm of the foundation stage 5th layer. The whole Yang Chen's overall cultivation base was abruptly upgraded by at least one level. Chapter 431. Absorbing the fire seed was not only to improve his spiritual power. The most important thing was that the yin-yang heaven-burning fire that Yang Chen wanted needed to integrate a large number of yin-yang flames to be completed. The improvement of spiritual power was only one of the aspects. Great changes have taken place in his sea of consciousness, and each kind of flame appeared separately in his sea of consciousness. Because of the wood fire, all the newly absorbed flames were all inlaid on the trunk of the Penglai divine wood like stars. From a distance, it looked like the fruits of the Penglai divine wood. The area of his sea of consciousness has not expanded, but his spiritual awareness has improved wildly. Last time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had reached the peak of the early Yuanying stage. Now it has directly exceeded this limit and entered the ranks of the middle Yuanying stage. It must be said that the Three Purities secret art was really a powerful and heaven-defying secret art. Only the Tao ancestor like the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord could come up with it. Up to now, Yang Chen had only cultivated to the third layer of the Three Purities secret art, and he had not yet fully exerted the powerful effect of the Three Purities secret art. He really didn't know what kind of terrifying situation it would be when it was cultivated to the highest level. Yang Chen was cultivating here, but within several big sects in the outside world, there was a secret uproar. The first to be promoted were the two big sects of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Chunyang Palace would not tell everyone with great fanfare that the sect was going to have an idea on the 100,000 mountains. After the master of the palace secretly contacted the two sect masters, he put forward this intention. At the same time, it was also mentioned that Yang Chen refined the questioning inner heart pill. The two major sects were not small sects that had never seen the world. They did not feel that there was anything unacceptable about the ambition of Chunyang Palace. What really surprised them was the questioning inner heart pill. It could make the masters of the Darching stage invulnerable to the invasion of the devil, and greatly improve the probability of the masters of the Darching stage to ascend. Was this really what a junior in the foundation stage could refine? The heaven-seizing pill could also help people cross the tribulation, but relatively speaking, the strength of the heaven-seizing pill itself had the ability to cross the tribulation. It was equivalent to sharing a part or even a large part of the power of the tribulation for the person crossing the tribulation. Strictly speaking, this could be considered as relying on external objects, and it would not be of much help to the cultivation of the person undergoing the tribulation. But the questioning inner heart pill was different. It allowed people to guard their original heart, resist the external demons, and increase their own mental cultivation. Although it did not directly improve the spiritual power of the user, but after taking it, in the situation of pointing to the original heart, as long as it was cultivated properly, it was definitely a super killer weapon to improve the overall realm. Does such a thing really exist? The two sect heads didn't believe it at first, but when the mysterious light beam of the Chunyang Palace's Liang courtyard rushed straight into the sky for hundreds of miles, and after a long time, the news reached the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. The two sect heads immediately realized that this was the refining of some peerless magic weapon or peerless elixir in Chunyang Palace, otherwise there would be no such celestial phenomenon. Then, the head of the Chunyang Palace once again visited the two major sects, but this time, he came with the questioning inner heart pill. He even promised very generously that if the masters of the Darching stage of the two major sects came out, everyone could get 2 questioning inner heart pills. Of course, no one would believe it, but this time, the head of the Chunyang Palace brought the real thing, and the most irresistible thing was that he even allowed the two major sects to send a master of the Darching stage to personally try the efficacy of the questioning inner heart pill. No one would doubt that the head of the Chunyang Palace would personally come to other people's site with poison to murder the masters of other sects. Therefore, the two major sects happily accepted this proposal to test the medicine. Interestingly, the masters sent by the two major sects were all known to Yang Chen. The Green Jade Immortal Island's leader in the last calamity of the demonic cultivation was Minute Huafeng, Elder Minute, and the Blue Cloud sect's leader was Sun Qingshue's master, Elder Hua Wanting. Elder Minute Huafeng, under the gaze of several core elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, took the questioning inner heart pill with some disbelief. Including the head of the Chunyang Palace who was an outsider, all the masters present were nervously staring at Elder Minute Huafeng, for fear that she would make any mistakes. Was it refined by Shanshan's Tao companion? After the questioning inner heart pill was taken, there was not much reaction. Minute Huafeng just smiled and did not blame Yang Chen, the alchemist master. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Chen's experience with Shanshan last time the two of them went out, they were very tacit. Let's settle things. After saying these words, the onlookers seemed to be a little disappointed, but they also seemed to be a little relaxed. Although it seemed that the questioning inner heart pill did not have the effect that Yang Chen said, at least there was no poison, and Elder Minute was not harmed. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, Elder Minute Huafeng suddenly exclaimed, "How could this be?" Then she didn't say anything more, she directly sat cross-legged on the ground, put on a cultivation posture, and instantly fell into cultivation. The people around looked at each other, they didn't know what had happened. The only thing that was certain was that Elder Minute was not hurt, but was cultivating normally. What's going on? Elder Minute directly fell into meditation, and the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island could only turn to the head of the Chunyang Palace and ask. The poor head of the palace, he didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill looked like. Although he already had a filial gift from Yang Chen in his hand, at this time his cultivation base was not enough, how could he be willing to waste it? When the island master asked, he could only shake his head in confusion, indicating that he was not very clear. For a time, the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island were a little dissatisfied. This was clearly the people of the Chunyang Palace who took the Darching stage master of the Green Jade Immortal Island to test the efficacy. Even if they had not eaten something, they actually brought it over. If it weren't for Elder Minute Huafeng who had been in the state of cultivation, there was no difference at all, maybe the elders would have some fiery words come out. The head of the palace was also in a cold sweat, and he complained a little about Yang Chen in his heart. Since he said the effect of the pill, but he didn't say the situation after taking the pill, he really deserved to be beaten. But in the mind of the head of the palace, there was no expectation. If the questioning inner heart pill really worked, what kind of change would Elder Minute Huafeng have? Elder Min's cultivation lasted for half a year, and it really surprised everyone. In order to avoid someone disturbing Elder Minute, the Green Jade Immortal Island even directly closed the island that received distinguished guests, causing many sects to inquire about what happened in the end. There would be such an arrangement.